This is the November 17th, 2020 meeting of Troy. Good evening. I am Glenn Clark. Before we take the roll call, let me just introduce everybody. So if I mention your name, just kind of wave at the camera so people know who you are. And so once again, I'm Glenn Clark, the chairman. We also have on the board, Mr. Bosenbrook, who I just spoke to. There he is. And then Mr. Desmond, Tommy Desmond, there we go. Mr. Eisenbacher apparently is en route. He's not here yet. Mr. McCauley is on the board. Thank you. Mr. Green, top center. I feel like this is like Hollywood Squares. Remember that TV show a long time ago? And then we have Mr. Rahman, who's the newest member of our board. Hello, Mr. Rahman. And we do have quorum to proceed forward with the expectation that we're going to have one more member join us. At this point in time, Mr. Evans, I believe, oh, I'm sorry. We have Mr. Evans from the city of Troy. He represents the administration. That's Mr. Evans there. And then we have a world-class attorney with the city attorney's office, Mr. Alan Motsney. And he represents during the day, the city, legal matters, but for our purposes, for the general public to understand, he gives us legal advice here if we call upon him. And so we will proceed with the roll call. Mr. Evans.
And if I could, Jackie, are you going to do the roll call for these? Because I know you're doing the meeting.
Oh, there's Jackie. Hi, Jackie. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, so Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Green?
Here.
Mr. Desmond?
Here.
Mr. Eisenbacher?
Here.
Mr. McCauley?
Here.
Mr. Rahman?
Here.
Mr. Bosenbrook?
Here.
All present.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Eisenbacher, I don't see you, but I'm sure you're in cyberspace somewhere. There you are. Okay. I've already asked Mr. Bosenbrook to, well, since we don't have a vice chairman currently, we'll rectify that tonight. Since Mr. Agawas left Troy, if you can do all the communications for us, since you're the next senior, you're next in line, the chain of command. And so if you can cover all that, but Mr. Bosenbrook is going to take the resolution, which is attached as on item number 3, if that makes sense, because I already asked him to do that. So how about let's do leapfrog. Mr. Eisenbacher, can you, yes, Mr. Evans.
Yes, and I'd just like the record to reflect that alternate, my apologies. I thought one of the alternates were here. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair.
That's okay. I checked into that earlier. And I came to the conclusion we didn't have an alternate with us. So Mr. Eisenbacher, that's okay, no problem. Mr. Eisenbacher, can you read the rules and procedures?
Yes. If I can get it pulled up on my other screen. There it is. Zoning Board of Appeals is a group of 7 of your neighbors appointed by City Council to decide on requests for variances and other matters that are brought before them. A variance is a relaxation of the literal provisions of the zoning ordinance. Petitioners must indicate a hardship or practical difficulty with the land that would warrant the granting of the variance. Procedure. The board will hear the items in the order that they appear on the agenda. When an item is called, the chairman will verify that the petitioner is present. Then the city administration will summarize the facts of the case. The petitioner will then be given an opportunity to address the board to explain the justification for the action requested. After the petitioner makes their presentation and answers any questions that the board may have, the chairman will open the public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the request should raise their hand and when recognized by the chairman and come up to the podium. But tonight we will be doing it online. The speaker should identify themselves with name and address, indicate the relationship to the property in question, for example, next door neighbor, live behind the property, etc., and state whether they are in favor of or against the variance request and give reasons for their opinion. Comments must be directed through the chairman. Comments should be kept as brief as possible and closely pertain to the matter under consideration. Only one person will be recognized by the chairman to speak at one time. At the conclusion of public comments, the chairman will close the public hearing. Once the public hearing is closed, no other public comment will be taken unless in response to a specific question by a member of the board. The board will then make a motion to approve, deny, or postpone the request. In order for the request to pass, a minimum of 4 votes are needed. If the request is not granted, the applicant has the right to appeal the board's decision to Oakland County Circuit Court.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenbacher. We move on to item number 3, a modification of the Zoning Board of Appeals Rules of Procedure. There's a proposed resolution. And I've asked Mr. Bosenbrook to share this. I don't know, Mr. Bosenbrook, that you need to read it word for word. You can kind of give a summation, if you will. But you run with it, because the football is now yours.
Sure, thank you. So this is a proposed resolution that's been presented to us from Mr. Motsney in the city attorney's office that addresses our ability tonight to proceed with participation in a public meeting through electronic means as allowed by Public Act 228 of 2020. And it's a resolution being adopted by this board that speaks to how we will participate electronically to be considered present and attendance of this meeting, and also sets out a procedure whereby the Board of Appeals is going to accept public comments through both email and telephone calls prior to the day of the meeting, the general summary.
Okay. Very good. We can proceed now with a discussion amongst board members for that item. And if there's somebody who wants to make a resolution, that would be up to the board member. So this is for board members only. So anyway, any discussion of city staff as to why this is necessary or any other further discussion? And if somebody proposes a resolution, then there will be discussion for sure, if it's properly seconded.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Mr. Motsney.
Yeah, the resolution, it doesn't have to be read for word, because I think it is part of the record. I would recommend that somebody move the resolution as printed and part of the record, because it does establish an alternative procedure to accept public comments, because the meeting is a virtual meeting. So it should be adopted. The meeting itself is actually allowed by the new amendment to the Open Meetings Act. So we're okay meeting, but because we have a different procedure for accepting public comments, we recommend the resolution be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Motsney. Any questions directed to Mr. Motsney on that? Or is there someone who would like to make a resolution? Mr. McCauley.
I want to make a motion to adopt the proposed resolution to allow participation in public meetings by electronic means as allowed by Public Act 228 of 2020 as written in our agenda packet.
I second.
Thank you. And Mr. Desmond seconds. So as to the Macaulay-Desmond resolution, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I think, Ms. Jackie, I believe we're ready for a vote.
Mr. Bossenbrook,
Yes.
Mr. Green, Mr. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Desmond,
Yes.
Mr. Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Rahman,
Yes.
Mr. Clark.
Yes,
All in
motion
favor.
passes. Jackie, please see if I'm getting this right. Pronunciation of your last name. Ferenz?
Ferenz, yes.
Ferenz, okay.
Thank you.
Ferenz. Yeah. Thank you. So now we move on to item 4, approval of minutes from March 17. Are there any questions, concerns, comments, or would someone like to make a resolution? Mr. Eisenbacher. I think you're muted. You're muted. We can't hear you.
It was working before. When I pushed the space bar, it would unmute, but now it's not working. I would like to move the minutes as presented in the packet.
Very good. Is there a second? Mr. Green? Okay.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion or the resolution? Seeing none, Ms. Ferenz, we are
Yes.
prepared for a vote. I just call her Jackie every day on the phone.
You can. That's fine. Mr. Desmond,
Yes.
Mr. Bossenbrook,
Yes.
Mr. Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Rahman,
Yes.
Mr. Clark,
Yes,
and Mr. Green.
Yes.
Thank you.
all right. Motion carries. So now we move on to item number 5, and we're going to do some mechanical work here on this, this item. So I've spoke to Mr. Evans. I'm going to let him explain it because he'll be more proficient about it, but there's an issue with item number 6A. So I'm just going to let Mr. Evans take it from here as far as explanation of why we're even opening this can of worms.
Right. And in the printed agenda, item 6, the first case, is not properly listed. Now, in the notices that we sent out, it is properly listed, and we've confirmed with the applicant that everything in that regard is fine. But before we adopt the agenda, we should modify the language under item 6A. And Bob from IT, if you could make me the presenter, I'd just like to show everybody what we're going to do with a copy of the public hearing notice. Okay. So can everybody see the copy of the public hearing notice I've got up?
Yes, sir.
Great. Well, the section in the middle that mentions, describes the variances, and I'll read it. The following variances are requested: to expand a non-conforming building, to construct a building addition 77 feet from the DeQuinder property line, where the zoning ordinance requires a 10-foot build-to line in 3, to construct a building addition 13.61 feet from the west property line, where the zoning ordinance requires a 30-foot setback. That is the language that should be the proper description for item 6A. So in order to correct that, we just ask that somebody make a resolution and for that modification to the agenda before approving the agenda. So I'm all set, Bob. If you could return that to take the share screen off and I'll answer any questions for the board.
Is there a question for Mr. Evans? I don't see any. Is there somebody who's willing to make some sort of resolution at this time?
I
Don't
will,
all try to get attention at the same time.
I will move
Yes.
the resolution as it was just described.
Mr. Eisenbacher moves a resolution about changing 6A. And who was the second?
Desmond.
Oh, Tommy, okay. Mr. Desmond seconds. And I would just recommend if the author and the co-author of the resolution be willing to incorporate into the resolution approval beyond fixing 6A, let's just include approval of the agenda as part of that, if you're willing. Mr. Eisenbacher? Okay,
Yes,
Mr. Desmond?
Yeah.
Very good. Any discussion on the Eisenbacher-Desmond resolution? Seeing none, Ms. Ferenc, we would love to
Yes.
vote.
Thank you. Mr. Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Jim?
Mr. McCauley,
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
Mr. Bossenbrook,
Yes.
Mr. Rahman,
Yes.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Desmond.
Yes.
All in favor.
Okay, the resolution passes. So we are on to item number 6. So if you are a petitioner on this, for this meeting tonight, I was told that if you have like a slide or anything that's visual via computer that you want to share with the board and the general public at home, that you can do that, but you just have to tell us you would like to do that. So you can perhaps do that at the beginning of the your time when I call you forward, or at a certain point during your presentation to the board, you can say, additionally, I would like to share this information. And then Bob from the IT department will put the presentation mode on, and I don't understand all the technology, but he's a wizard, so he'll be able to figure it out and help share with the board what you're trying to communicate to us. So we move right on to item number 6A. This is related to a variance request at 2970 East Long Lake Road. And I would love to call on Mr. Evans to present some of the facts to us that the petitioner has filed with the city. Mr. Evans? You're muted. We can't hear a word you're saying.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chair. I do have a presentation to share with the board. So Bob, if you could allow me to do that.
Mr. Green, you have something?
While Mr. Evans is preparing, I would ask perhaps Mr. Eisenbacher, since this will be shared later, a recording of this will be available later, I think you should, if you can, correct the name shown on your screen. Right now it just says DJE for public clarity. You would just, to the right of your name on the attendees list, click the little down arrow and edit name. That's all. Thanks.
That piece of the technology is not required for the public record, and Mr. Eisenbacher chooses to do that. It's completely up to him. Anytime anyone's called on, I identify who they are. So it's pretty clear who is who. But if he wants to do that, we'll leave that up to him. Okay, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is for property at 2970 East Long Lake, and they're requesting 3 variances. The first one is to expand a non-conforming building. The second one is to construct a building addition 77 feet from the DeQuinder property line, where the zoning ordinance requires a 10-foot build-to line. And number 3, to construct a building addition 13.61 feet from the west property line, where the zoning ordinance requires a 30-foot setback. This property is located at the southwest corner of DeQuinder and Long Lake Road. And I've overlaid and colored the zoning category for the property and the surrounding property, and everything you see in this purplish color is neighborhood node. That's the zoning. It's a combination of commercial office and some residential. Here's a close-up of the property from our aerial. And this is the site plan. This matter was before the Planning Commission some time back, and the applicant can clarify just exactly when they were last before the Planning Commission. But the Planning Commission heard this matter and was unable to proceed with taking final action because variances were necessary. So this is their site plan, and I'll explain what they're looking for. And at the top of the site plan is Long Lake Road, and to the right is DeQuinder. This building, which is right here currently hatched, I believe was built in the late 60s or early 70s, and today's code would require that if a building were to be built on this property, that we actually have a build-to line. It would require that building to be brought up to the corner of the property to be at least 10 feet away from Long Lake and 10 feet away from DeQuinder. So in that sense, this building is non-conforming, and the ordinance does restrict expansion of a non-conforming building. Of course, if they get a variance to do that, that's okay. So that's the first variance they're looking for. Now this darker hatched area reflects an addition they want to add on to the south or the back of the building. And they need 2 variances in order to proceed with this plan. The east wall of the building will be set back 77 feet from DeQuinder. The zoning ordinance requires it be built to 10 feet away from DeQuinder. So that's variance number 2 they're requesting. And the third variance they're requesting is along the side setback over here. They're proposing just over 13.5 feet. And the zoning ordinance requires a 30-foot setback from that side property line. And in your packet, you've all received copies of the proposed elevations and how they'd like it to look if they're successful. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I have a question. So I'm looking at the 6A variance request, and it talks about the 3 feet from the rear property line that the deck is proposed by the applicant, where 25 feet is required. You didn't address that.
Oh, yes. And this was because we have a typographical error in the original copy of the agenda. We amended that agenda to reflect what item 6A is actually asking for.
Oh, I see.
So they're actually not asking for a deck. Yeah, so I put the copy of the hearing notice on the page, and this is what they're looking to do, to expand the non-conforming building, and those 2 additions need variances.
I understand. Okay. Thank you.
So,
Anyone else?
yeah.
Mr. Evans. Second call for a board member for Mr. Evans. Okay. We are going to move on to the petitioner. And sir, if you can identify yourself related to the property in question.
Okay, my name is Art Clagen. I'm waving right now. I'm the architect. And Sam Asker, the owner, is here also. Sam, why don't you wave your hand? I could start the presentation, and then if you have any particular questions about the building to the owner, that would be fine too. But basically, the way the zoning board, the number one difficulty was a hardship really not created by a previous owner. It's really created by the change in the zoning ordinance. So this building was conforming at one time, and that's the placement of the building was a conforming building. So the practical difficulty is a change in the city's zoning ordinance. And that's why we're really forced to go into this process. The one thing I want to do is, and the owner's really goal is to enhance the building in many ways. The site is a small site to begin with, about a half an acre, very tight site. Under the use of a gas station, really the placement of building would not, if this was a new gas station on this site, it would not work and we would probably be in front of the zoning board because gas stations don't put their gas stations blocking they want access and visibility and maneuverability on the street. So the building would probably not be that much different than where it is now. It might be a little closer to the street, but in gas stations, they want that access to the street. So the use itself dictates kind of where the building is also. So it's not practical to change this building, tear it down as a gas station and move it or make a smaller addition. So what our intent is to enhance the architecture of it, use and clean up the site. When you look at the addition, it's a fully developed site. The south side of the building is already used as a storage area and also for car parking. What we want to do is take a lot of the storage area and put it inside the building. So when you go to the floor plan, you could see, I don't know if Paul could shoot to the floor plan rather than me taking over, but if you see the floor plan, you'll see 4 car spaces within the building that's within the addition. That allows the owner to have 4 additional parking spaces for night storage, plus anything that would require, if a car was broken down, they would leave it there for accessibility. In addition, there's a small office there. Yes.
I made you the presenter, so if you do have something you want to bring onto the screen, you can do that.
Okay, let me see if I can figure this out. This is the first time I'm going to a go-to meeting, and I'm not sure if I can figure this out, tell you the truth.
Well,
Mr. Kalajian, on the bottom is a circle.
Okay.
On the bottom is a circle. It's gray and it says screen. Do you see that?
No, I don't. Let me scroll down. Maybe it's. I'm trying to block the people. I think it's blocked by the people listing of the people. I don't know how I could get rid of that. Let me try something. Okay, there it is. Yeah, I see screen.
Okay.
Share your
Click
screen.
on that circle that says screen.
Okay.
That allows it to share the screen, and then you can bring up whatever file, and we'll be able to view it.
See, I'm trying to figure out where do I go to bring up my file. Do I go to my folder and then insert it in the desktop?
Yes.
I guess? Okay.
In your folder.
Okay, there it is. Let's see. I want to go to a different drawing. Let's see if I can figure that out. Oops, I lost it. Bear with me. I'm trying to figure this out too. Oh, there it is. Okay, very good. All right. Can everyone see this right now, or this is the floor plan? Am I still on audio where you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is the existing 3-bay storage area. What we're proposing is adding 4 more spaces in the back.
We're not seeing any video or slide. We're seeing nothing.
Okay.
We can see you, but that's it.
I'm putting it on my desktop, but for some reason, let me see if I hit share. Could you see it now?
No, sir.
Let's see, how do I guess probably what I have to do is have Paul bring up the slide maybe, and I could just talk about it. That may be the easiest thing rather than me trying to figure this out and waste more time. Paul, would you be able to bring out the slide of the floor plan?
Page 28 of our packet.
All right. I can do that if I'm made the presenter. Otherwise, Mr. McCauley is correct. Everyone can look at page 28 of the agenda packet.
There it is. Okay. What you see is both the existing and the proposed, and on the bottom right is also the upper floor. So what we're trying to do is take a very tight, small gas station, enhance it by taking the outside storage area and incorporating it inside the building. So when you look at the lower left, you'll see 4-car bays that allowed for additional parking, which was a shortage in the first review from the Planning Commission. And they were debating on whether that was acceptable. And I think they pretty much came to the conclusion the biggest issue is the setbacks. So there's a few tweaking that and addressing that has to be done, but essentially this gives the 4 cars that are missing within the building. It also allows the expansion of the retail area, which is a very small area, but it is a waiting room in the bottom right-hand corner of the floor plan. And then there's also an upper storage area and a office for the owner. So what we're doing is we're taking a tiny building and incorporating the storage area that's used in the back and incorporating it within the building. We're following the lines of the building that's there. So on the western side where we're asking for the setback, we're really mimicking that as well. So we're not asking for anything beyond what was originally allowed in the past. On the south side, where the building abuts 1 feet from the property line, that is allowed within the ordinance. So essentially what we're doing is we're asking for an addition to a non-conforming site caused by the change in the zoning ordinance and allowing it to follow the lines of the building that already is existing. When you go to a photograph, I don't know if Paul could bring up the photograph of the western side. It's a fully developed site with a lot of trees. That's the existing building and the way it looks. This side here is already developed, so there's very little impact of continuing the existing building, and the 3-car parking would remain there. But what we're doing on the site plan is for overnight storage, the 3 cars would exist the way it's shown on this picture, but we're adding a dumpster in the back of the 3 cars, and at the time of delivery, that dumpster would be moved out towards the front, which you see in the site plan. If you go to the site plan, Paul, I'm not sure which one it is, with the landscaping. You'll see it on the northwestern corner. There's a dumpster that's there temporarily at the time of pickup, and then it's delivered back down into the to meet the ordinance, the enclosure. So that's the only gray area that was in contention, and the board told Sam, the owner, to get a letter from the people that deliver the trash and see if that was acceptable. He will present that to the planning board. So the way the site plan works right now, I think we do meet all the requirements for parking, for storage, and as far as waste removal. And we did have a traffic engineer to look at it, and he felt the way it stands was acceptable without any changes to the entrances. So in theory, what we're really presenting is, when you look at the architecture, if we could turn to the architecture, we're totally transforming the look of the building, turning into more of a 21st century look. Here, using state-of-the-art materials like cement fiberboard, which you do see in a lot of areas of the city of Troy. It's a very durable material, nothing like ephes. It weighs about 2 to 3 pounds per square foot. Comes in all kinds of textures, and what I'm showing and orange is more of like a wood grain texture. And then the rest of the building would be more of a gray tone, soft texture, more like metallic, and then the brick would be painted a gray hue. So what we're trying to do is enhance it to a contemporary look. In addition, I'm adding a large floating canopy showing off the entranceway, and it also protects people as they enter into the building. And then there's several minor enhancements like landscaping, bike rack, benches, different things to make the building more attractive. So what we're trying to do is enhance the architecture of it to bring it to a better look of it, and then use the site to the fullest possible. In addition, we're adding, we went to the city engineer and they felt we should add a catch basin, which we're doing to keep the storm detention system to a minimum. So we'll meet all the codes and regulations of the engineering and building department with this design. So what we're trying to do is really enhance the look of the building and take care of the debris and the clutter that's there now. So this addition really allows no impact to the surrounding site. When you look at the site, the surrounding site is buffered by a berm on both sides where the addition is, with parking, and the adjacent building is quite a distance away. So there's really very little impact to anything as far as light and air. And then I think the architecture itself will be hopefully a pride for the city. So our intent is to try to follow what was allowed in the past. This would have been allowed in the past if the present zoning doesn't allow it. So that's why we're in front of you, and hopefully you'll see our rationale for this thing. And I'd like to introduce Sam Asker, the owner, if he wants to add anything to this.
Let me just interrupt real quickly. So just moving forward, any discussion about this request by you, we can't take into the aesthetics. We can't consider it. I mean, at the end of the day, you're wasting our time when you bring that up. The zoning board does not have jurisdiction over that, nor can we grant a variance based on a pretty new thing. And, you know, I live in Troy, we all do here. We want a nice community, but once again, talking about it at any further length is a negative, because it's something that it's frustrating for us, because people tell us increased taxes to the city, we can't consider. Increased, you know, beautiful aesthetics, we can't consider that. So let's just stick to the facts about what the variance says, per your request, what the city ordinance says, and like the retention pond, that's information I didn't know. So that was a good piece of information. But anyway, and even we do factor in landscaping, but or we can. It's not required for us. But I just wanted to make you that aware, since we're going to be talking to the owner now. So, sir, Mr. Sam.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Good evening.
Do you have anything else that your architect hasn't already shared?
Good evening. Yes, I've been owning this location since 1993, actually, and I've been part of this community for a long time. I think it's time for me to fix up the site, to bring it to the right. This is there is a lot of stuff going on around us, competition, all these kind of things, and definitely we've spent a lot of money on this site. As a businessman, I know, again, I'm not asking, I'm not a zoning board, I'm not 100% knows how this will work. There is behind that location, it's already developed. This landscape is nothing. The other side is no longer.
I can't hear any of this. I don't know if anybody else.
He's garbled. I can't either, Mr. Chair. Can you ask the presenter to?
Mr. Asker, can you hear us?
If I turn off my Wi-Fi, my Bluetooth, can you guys hear me now better?
A lot better.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
But okay, I guess we might be, here's video.
I suggest that and we encountered this in training, that it may be that the video plus audio is taking too much bandwidth. I do not know if it is acceptable for the petitioner to have just the audio.
Do you want me to move the video? Yeah, I'll do that. I will. What about now? Can you guys hear me better?
Yes, much.
Okay. I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say is so we are adding in just behind the location, and then we're bringing the location up to the code. I've been there for a long time, and I served the community for a long time. And I'm really interested in seeing how you guys can help me so we can move forward on this situation. We're putting it up to code. I think we are cleaning the site in a way it's going to be presentable for the city of Troy. If you look across the street from us, they just put a brand new gas station. Kroger came and across the street from me, put another gas station. 18 Mile become a very competition for us. We lost almost 65% of our business. So this is the only way that we can survive and is still serving the city of Troy since 1993. And I hope I can get your blessing.
Thank you. Okay, at this point in time, we are going to go to the public hearing.
Wait, I have a question for the petitioner.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Was that Mr. Eisenbacher?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do, I was going to change it up today, but that's okay. This is fresh in our minds. So we're going to ask the board members if they have any questions for the petitioner or the petitioner's representative. Mr. Eisenbacher, then Mr. McCauley.
Thank you. My first question is have you had any interaction with your neighbor, the drugstore that surrounds two sides of your property?
No, sir. In which way, sir?
Did you say you didn't try or you did try?
What do you mean I tried to do what, sir? I apologize.
Did you meet with them to see if they had any input for your project, any concerns?
No, sir, I did not, because I really do not know who is the owner over there. It looked like it's a company, and I'm not sure who's leasing the property, who's unleasing the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Evans, they would have been notified, the drugstore, correct? By a postcard?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. That's what I thought. Okay, Mr. McCauley.
I have a question for the petitioner. I'm looking at a report, the preliminary site plan and special use review for the city of Troy, prepared by Carlisle Wortman. And that's pages 36 through 46 in our agenda packet. I'm going specifically to page 45. And on page 45, there is a list of items that the planning department said you should clean up. My question is, have you attended to all these? Have you cleaned all these up?
Yes, the new site plan you have in front of you is the revised site plan. It does show a wall on between with the two cars. It does show 20 cars required, 20. So most of the items have been addressed, and they left it in a limbo state to go to you guys first, and then basically said come back after you get the zoning board, and we'd clean up any minor issues like the dumpster. There was a lot of discussion on the dumpster issue, but there was, and also the number of cars required and whether they would allow the 4 cars inside as being the 4 cars that are deficient. And they were leaning towards allowing that, but no resolution was ever formalized. But the latest site plan is the one that's there, is the new one that they didn't act on yet. So
Well,
the items are addressed in that site plan.
So the site plan that we have right now is the new one?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm not seeing these things addressed in there. I'm not seeing the parking spots along the west side blocking the entrance coming into there. I don't see the minimum number of required parking spots.
Well, what I have
I'm
shows
not seeing the
20.
wall that
Yeah,
they're
well,
requesting.
if you go to the site plan, it should be, Paul, I don't know if you could pull up that site plan with the landscaping.
I have it.
Um,
I can look at it. I don't see a wall. I see a line of trees that are already existing.
What he's talking about the wall on DeQuinder. It's in the south east corner.
Talking about the wall. I'm talking about the wall on the west side.
There was no mention of a wall being required there when we were at the meeting. There was a lot of landscaping, and they were going to take that into consideration in lieu of a wall because it is heavily landscaped with a berm there.
Okay, I'm looking at their list. Item number 2. I'm looking at item number 2B. It says the western side of the building, 10 feet. And then it talks about that there should be, I'm looking for, it says the wall.
That was probably, yeah, during the initial review, which this is, that is in there. But when we went to the board and discussed it, they were not complicit about applying that to that. We showed pictures of the landscaping, and it's up to the planning commission whether they would allow that in lieu of a wall. So that was an issue those are one of the items that was discussed, but it wasn't a paramount issue that they required at the time. From my recollection, they were going to allow the landscaping as it is with the evergreens to be sufficient enough. I don't know if there's minutes written during that meeting that we would refer to that, but essentially what I did is I took this plan to address all the issues in this preliminary plan and then presented it back into their planning board. And I did not get a second review letter. I guess that's forthcoming. But essentially what they said was the setbacks were the paramount issue that I would have to get zoning board. Otherwise, I would be in front of you trying to get a variance on the wall as well. So based on Brent Savinet's request, this is what was needed to get site plan approval. The rest of the stuff they felt they could iron out during the final hearing of the planning commission meeting. You know, we would have added that into it if it was a factor, as well as the number of parking, but they didn't seem to have a big concern of that. And it wasn't requested to be part of the zoning issue. So I think the paramount issue is this allowing the expansion of the building. And if they wanted additional trees, we could certainly apply that in lieu of a wall, but a wall would not be practical. I don't think since it is heavily landscaped and there's no noise or anything to a residential area that would warrant that.
Okay.
So
Because I apologize for interrupting you. I'm reading the last paragraph of their recommendation. It says, we recommend that the planning commission hold a public hearing, consider public testimony, and postpone action for the applicant to be considered by the zoning board of appeals and allow the applicant to amend the site plan as noted in the report. So you're telling me, I'm looking at the items that they've listed, and I've found 3 of them that aren't even addressed. And you're saying, well, that really wasn't there. I'm looking for why they're not addressed, I guess, is what I'm looking for. And you're saying they told you to address them before you're coming to us. So.
Actually, this letter was prior to my meeting with the planning department. So it was addressed at the meeting, at that particular meeting, but there was not a follow-up letter or amendment to this review. This was an initial review. When I went there, we revised the site plan based on the discussion we had at the hearing. That's my recollection of it. So, and then I think they met with Paul, if I'm not mistaken, and then went over what was needed to get zoning board approval. And really, the only issue that came back was really the setbacks were the paramount issue. They not the number of parking or a wall or any of the other issues that were in the original report that you see here. I don't know if Paul could verify that, but I would think Brent went over that with you.
Paul?
I'll address that. I don't know to what extent Mr. Evans is required on the public record as to an internal conversation he had with perhaps with somebody else in the city administration. I will say that we generally don't deal with walls or the factoring into how many parking spots are required. We normally inquire of Mr. Evans, the city administration, and we're told what the baseline requirements are. I will say it's a little bit, if I'm understanding this, and maybe I've misunderstood, but what you're saying is the planning commission has purview over the landscaping. I'm here to tell you, sir, that if this board chooses to consider a variance, I'm not sure that that's the case here, we can require landscaping. And by and large, we then ask the city administration to work that out with the applicant. Planning commission has perhaps more expertise in that area, but we can actually impose a requirement. So the question here is, for me, is what portion of the expansion of the building would not be currently covered by existing landscape?
Well, there's existing landscaping on the western portion where we're seeking the variance. There's no, it's mostly large evergreen trees there. We could enhance it with shrubs if you would want additional landscaping. If required, we could put a wall there, but I don't think it would serve any purpose. We would rather add more landscaping. I think it would be beneficial with a lower form of shrubs in between that, and we would be glad to do that if whether your board would want that or the site plan to enhance the site. On the southern part where the other side of the addition meets, we're allowed to go to 0 or 1 foot from the setback, so there's no landscaping that's practical to be in that area, but we did add a planter on the east side to enhance it up against the building. But the site is pretty much utilized for parking, and so there's not a lot of areas where we could add more landscaping. So I pretty much use planters where I could, and then we could take the existing landscaping and add more landscaping shrubbery if that's the will of the board. And we would follow whatever is required, or the planning commission would want to enhance it to a further level, if, in lieu of a wall. But if they did ultimately want a wall, if they changed their minds and want a wall, I think Sam would be willing to do that. But the danger of putting a wall there too is you might hurt those trees. So to me, we would suggest anything you would want to enhance it with would be willing to do. And I think what we're going to do is go back to the planning commission and try to get their approval on what they would want with those 3 items that are in question and work with them.
Yeah, my thoughts simply are, there's a number, I live in the east side of the city, and I'm not sure where every board member lives, but, that intersection is very, I would say that it's a gateway into the city of Troy. We need to make sure that it looks presentable. We also, we don't consider the viability of businesses, but certainly we want all Troy businesses to do well. And, but, I think potentially, depending on what the flavor of the day of my colleagues is, that, perhaps if there is support for this resolution, we'll circle back around and have the discussion just for the board.
I have a question.
Desmond.
And this is just for my clarification. First, and this is a gas station that's at the corner of my street. So this is kind of, this is somewhat important to me because I go go there all the time. But I guess my question is, just for my clarification, we're saying that because of the change in zoning, even if there was no size expansion of this property, a variance would have to be granted to do any modification to the existing structure? Am I correct in that?
Mr. Evans? You're muted.
If he wanted to enlarge or add on to the building, he would need a variance. That's correct.
That's if he wants to add on, but is it such that if he doesn't modify the footprint of the building as it currently sits, then he wouldn't need a variance if the zoning hadn't changed? Is the zoning the thing that's affecting any modifications to it, or just an expansion?
Well, I've only looked at it in regards to these three requests.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe the applicant knows that. I'm not sure.
Do you
I think
know?
some cities look at elevation changes as a change in the building, and they might consider that, as part of it, but it depends on the level of degree of change. Some cities go with square footage increase. Some will look at changes in the look of the building. So it's triggered by, it could be triggered by a number of things, I guess. But it's up to the board to determine that.
Right? So, I mean, I guess what I'm getting to here is the hardship that you're presenting, that the change in zoning is what caused you to require the variance.
Right, because if it was under the past zoning of HS, none of this would have been in front of you.
Now, are there any?
The difficulty is the city changing it. Yeah, the architecture is expanding. Like if you look at the footprint of the building, if I didn't add the addition in the back, I am changing the facade a little bit and projecting a canopy. So even the renovation is triggering that as well, because I'm enlarging the canopy in the front, projecting it, but the building's not placed in a proper location as the current zoning would dictate.
But
the current zoning would put it in the corner.
Right? That's a construction hardship, not a hardship for the land. The issue is that in the past, we've had similar scenarios where that was the hardship that was presented, was that the zoning had changed, and that was the hardship. And in those circumstances, if I remember correctly, they were not usable as hardships because the zoning change was a zoning change, and that you can't retroactively say, well, it was, if they hadn't changed the zoning, then we wouldn't have this problem, and that's the hardship. So what I said, I'd love to see this property change its facade, but in order for that to happen, we need to be able to structure a motion based on a hardship, and thus far, we don't have
the hardship. Let me, in the very beginning of my presentation, I made, maybe it was missed a little bit, but the use of it as a gas station, if you placed it in the corner, southeast corner, which is what the node requires, a gas station there, it wouldn't work as a gas station. So technically, the use itself is a hardship, but which logically places it where it belongs. So the gas station pumps are very readily visible to the streetscape. So if this was a new site, with a new gas station, it wouldn't work under the current zoning. But the use itself is a difficulty, as well as where it was placed. So you have a double hardship. A corner property, 10 foot on both corners. So I think you could say the use itself is a practical difficulty, but we're following the use that's there. The tanks are there. We can't practically change it. So the infrastructure is there. It's fully developed. So the practical difficulty is we're using what we have, and we can't really modify it to make it meet the current standards. So I think what we're doing is, we're trying to follow the past ordinance and hope you would see the foresight of allowing it to continue as if it was in the past, which makes sense for this type of use. If you follow what I'm saying, I hope.
I understand what you're saying, but again, when we actually structure the motion, we need to reference one of our listed hardships as part of the motion to bureaucratically make it happen. So if we don't have a way to do that, it becomes more difficult for us.
Can you say that it is impossible to make it meet the standards of the current zoning based on the use and the type of position of the building and the infrastructure? It's impossible to make it concur with the current standards. That's the biggest practical difficulty I see. It's this site itself and the building dictates the impossibility of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
So, I mean, this is what Mr. Desmond was getting at, and I hear you saying, Mr. Collegian, that the issue is essentially it would be impossible to build a gas station here in future. Was the gas station constructed either by the petitioner or by the previous owner?
No, I think it's 35 years old at least. So I'm not sure. Sam, did you own it originally or?
The gas station, I think it's built in the either 71 or 72. But
And that was the HUS zoning.
Since 1993.
Was that the owner before you, or was that an owner prior to that?
I did not hear you. I apologize. Can you say that again?
Sorry. Was that construction under the owner immediately prior to you, or an owner prior to that?
I do not know, but I think it's I'm the second owner on this location. I think Shell Oil Company built this location a long time ago because they used to own the property. So it's a company, used to be a company owned location. So, and then after that, they try and transfer it to dealers. And after that, they start selling them to the dealers.
Okay. So that means that the fact that it is a gas station, the underground tanks, and such, the nature of the site as it is currently structured as a gas station would have been make it difficult to comply, would have been in that regard created by the previous owner. However, you're not looking for restructuring of the pumps or anything else in the front, so that brings another question.
The ground tank, we just correct.
Okay.
No, because look at pictures. Yeah, in front of the base, you'll see the yes.
You can see the location on the site plan as a square shape, a couple tanks there. And shows the underground on the northwest corner.
And is that lot size? This is sorry, a question aside before I can continue querying for Mr. Evans. Is that lot size fairly normal for a gas station now, or is that a bit undersized? I see that the properties adjacent to it, well, not directly, are a variety of different shapes, but some of them are substantially larger, and the one that surrounds it is, it's a bit of an L, and so it just ekes out that corner. Is that sort of a normal size for a gas station lot or anything like it?
I didn't come prepared to answer that question, so I don't want to speculate one way or another.
Fair enough.
Can I answer that?
The answer is I don't know.
Oh, all right. Please. Yes.
So that as an owner or no?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Esker. Thank you.
I'm sorry, because I worked with Shell Oil Company for 17 years. So yeah, half an acre or a little bit above, this is very normal for gas station. Now they like maybe a little bit bigger, but this is what typical used to do a gas station. 4 pumps or 5 pumps.
Okay, so it's not particularly narrow or shallow, small or and it's not oddly shaped. It's regularly shaped, but and it's not sloped strangely. And it's not the vegetation that's preventing it. Like you'll move what you need to do it. And you've already talked with the Planning Commission about fixing having underground having catch basins so that you can better deal with the drainage.
For sure.
Okay. I would fully agree. So I've essentially been running through what we have to talk about in order to consider a motion. The final point that we have is I would strongly agree with what others have said. It'd be nice to have something nicer out there. It would not be harmful to the essential character of the area. It'd improve things, even though it abuts, your neighbor's property. Looking at it, it doesn't significantly impair anything about it. That part doesn't bother me, but I like what you've proposed, but we have to look at it from these characteristics. And I have questions because as of right now, I can't see my way under what we need to consider to allow this. And I don't like that, but for my vote, I don't see that it is because of our point A, which is exceptional shape, essentially, or topography. I don't see that it is, of course, for that location, not another, but I don't see for point C that it's of a personal nature exactly. It's for your business, but it's not. It's for a business, not an individual. So I could argue on that one, but then you believe that the gas station itself was created by a previous owner, which then makes the difficulty in compliance having voided that. And so I'm struggling.
Mr. Green, that portion that you're addressing is very appropriate, but we always traditionally have done it at the board table amongst the board members after we're done with the petitioner and the public hearing. So if you're willing to hold any further thoughts on that, I think those are very, very important points that you made. But let's just kind of kick the can here a couple of feet, if you will, if you're willing. Okay.
I think, could I say something more?
I have a couple board members who want to be recognized. So Mr. Desmond and then Mr. Eisenbacher.
I just have a quick question for the owner of the station. Who is El Bassam LLC? Is that you?
Albus, yes, that's me. That's the owner of the property. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then who is Kigo Estates LLC?
No, Kigo Estates LLC is just, I have another business because I always work in my store over there.
I'm just going through the record of ownership to determine exactly how many people have owned this property. Equilon Enterprises LLC, is that also you?
No, Equilon is Shell Oil Company. That's a long time ago.
Okay, so that would be the previous owner. That was the people that El Bassam purchased it from, and now you own it as Asgar and Sons LLC.
No. Okay, I have I have other businesses.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I just wanted to know if Equilon was the owner you bought it from, and that was the original owner. So that was the previous owner then. That's all.
Correct.
According to the public record.
All the other names is, yes, I just use the office because that's where 16 hours of my day will, it's over there.
I do the same thing. Yeah, that's not the issue.
Yeah.
It was just the order of ownership. But thank you.
Yes, but I need to add something. It's when we say this.
Final thoughts for the petitioners.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's already, we've been at this for a long time, and there are other good ladies and gentlemen who want to address the board. So final thoughts.
Is it for us, sir?
Yes, briefly, because
Yes,
you and your I've been on this board for, it seems like 100 years, and I've never had a petitioner and representative take as much time as the two of you have. These are important questions, don't get me wrong. We have other people who are waiting. So please keep it extremely brief. Thank you. Please.
I just want to say we are doing this to improve the city look, and it's going to benefit
You can consider
that
that,
corner
sir.
a lot.
You've already heard.
I apologize. Okay.
Let me just point, I guess my final thoughts was, there really is no choice in another alternate design solution other than what we presented to make this solution work with any type of addition. There is no alternate. The only addition that could feasibly work is the way we showed here. So the practical difficulty is the use and the current zoning that makes it impossible to put a gas station other than where it is now to make it work viably. So I think the difficulty is really going back to the zoning change. Whether you want to admit to it or not, it created the hardship that makes it practically impossible to make it work as a gas. If this was a new site, I don't think it would really work with your current zoning. So it wouldn't be allowed to be a gas station. I hope you understand that, because it wouldn't work. So really, we don't have a choice than to present it other than the way we show it. So really, the practical difficulty is the use in this particular site at this location based on the zoning that's been changed to it. And I can't say it any simpler than that, but to me, that ain't the difficulty.
Thank you. And Mr. Eisenbacher is next, but I'm going to jump in real quick. To your point, sir, that's not correct. You are absolutely incorrect. If the zoning issue is an overburden regulatory item, the proper channel to address improper zoning from your perspective is to go to the people's elected representatives, which would be the Troy City Council, and have them address it. They're the only ones who can change the zoning, and there could be.
Well, we're not asking for a zoning change, but maybe that's an option.
We're done with you right now, so thank you very much.
Yeah.
We're going to Mr. Eisenbacher, and then we're moving on.
All right.
I was just going to comment that we need to get the people's, any outside comments before we start debating.
Yes, of course. And that was next. So to my fellow board members, we are moving to the public hearing, and then we're going to go to Mr. Eisenbacher for communications that were received electronically or in the mail. So at this point in time, if there's a member of the public who would like to address the board on this matter, please be recognized. Present yourself to be recognized, I should say.
So, Mr. Clark, on GoToMeeting, we don't have the option of a general population joining this meeting. So the platform is that I would read to you or play voicemails, and so that the board can listen to me reading the emails or play the voicemails. Is that acceptable?
Voicemails that have already come in, or voicemails that would come in at that point? Or at this point?
Any voicemails or emails that we've received up until 4 o'clock today
Okay.
for this matter. Mm-hmm.
And how many would there be?
I believe for this is there are 2 emails, no voicemails.
Mr. Eisenbacher, do you mind if she does the electronic communications? Or are you ready to go on that piece and she could do the voicemails?
My understanding is that Mrs. Ferenz is doing it all because I don't have copies of any of the emails.
Got it. Okay. Well, perfect. Jackie never lets us down. So Ms. Ferenz, can you please proceed with everything that you have? So you can just go from one to the next to the next to the next. Thank you.
Alrighty. You're welcome. So for 2970 East Long Lake, we've received 2 emails. The first is from a Mark Deagle, D-E-A-G-L-E. It reads, Dear Zoning Board, I am writing you as a longtime citizen of Troy, as well as my whole family. Would like to give complete support for the approval of applicant Arthur E. Collegian request for the upgrade of owner Sam Asgar's service station at Long Lake in DeQuinder. I feel this would not only help Mr. Asgar, but the citizens of Troy, who so many go there to have their cars worked on as well as get gas for their cars. This would bring more tax to the city of Troy as well as state of Michigan. I have went and talked to many of the people who live there, and everyone I talked to felt it was okay to let Mr. Asgar remodel his station. I went out and got many people who signed their names to let Mr. Asgar get the approval. I have known Mr. Asgar for 25 years and have not found anyone who is more honest when working on cars than he and the people that work on the cars. Many people would agree with me on that. Mr. Asgar cares about Troy and the people of Troy. So if you could kindly give approval, not only me, but many citizens of Troy would be grateful. Thanks for your time and consideration. Truly, Mark Deagle. Second email is from Alice and Jim Xenakis, Xenakis of 4704 Foxcroft Drive. I'm writing to support the variance request by Arthur Collegian. Property owner is Sam Asgar. Mr. Asgar has been a valuable and responsible citizen and business owner in the city of Troy. His business is an important asset to our neighborhood, our community, and our city. Please approve this variance for Arthur Collegian and Sam Asgar. Sincerely, Alice and Jim Xenakis. And that concludes public comment on that we've received.
I thought you said you had 2 voicemails?
No, just 2
Oh,
emails on this one.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So I will close out the public hearing at this point on this item, bring it back to the board table. If a board member only board members, has a comment, now is the time, or who would like to propose a resolution if there isn't any further discussion. Please be recognized if you'd like to be. Please identify yourself. Mr. Green, you should be first up because I kicked you over here to this section.
Only slightly. You've heard most of my thoughts. I was looking to the applicant or the petitioner for any way through. As I noted, I'm struggling. I will say again, I would love to see it improved. I personally would wonder if this could come back instead as something more like without the additions, but with all of the improvements, so no expansion to the site plan, because then it would be a substantial physical improvement. It would be a way of, it's not for us to consider, but it would be a way for this person to compete as a business, and that would help improve the area, which is a great thing, but wouldn't violate things as we have them in front of us. Barring other comments, I will be voting no.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Green. Another board member. Is there a board? Yes, Mr. Eisenbacher.
Okay. We have very specific language in our list of items that we can consider for this. I believe the presentation and the information we've had make items B, C, D, and E very clearly met, and we can understand all those items. The discussion here is on item A. And reading item A for our statement of practical difficulty, exceptional characteristics of property for which the variance is sought make compliance with the dimensional requirements substantially more difficult than would be the case for the great majority of properties in the same zoning district. First thing you have to do with that is, what is the zoning district? The zoning district is neighborhood node NN-J. So for the majority of the properties in the zoning district, the city's goal is to put the property, the business, close to the corner with the new zoning. With a use of a gas station, I have traveled quite a bit around the country, and even in other countries, And I've never seen it where you put the gas station at the corner and you hide the pumps
Exactly.
and the access behind the gas station, which is what our zoning ordinance is asking him to do.
Right.
So I believe that for the vast majority of businesses, for the vast majority of businesses in an NN-J node, putting it on the corner wouldn't be a problem unless your business needs the business part, the gas station part, to be on the corner. So this is a very strong exceptional characteristic for why we need a variance for it to continue as a gas station within the NN-J zoning district. The request is not extensive. It's in addition to the back of the property to square off the building, and that's where the setback requirements come in. I was quite surprised that at the rear property line, he's allowed to have it so close, given some other items we've had in the past with very close setbacks to the property line. But again, it's a business adjacent to a business, so it's understandable that the setbacks are reduced, along with the fencing requirements that Mr. McCauley brought up. I do appreciate that the trash dumpster enclosure at the extreme corner will provide screening for that. In terms of the view from the business, if you look at the overhead on page 18, and there are trees along that side of the property, which makes a fence not necessary, but that's also part of the Planning Commission review. So based on what I've said, I would like to move. We've got these new resolutions now. I can't find it. What page it's on? Our sample resolutions.
Page should be the first 1, 2, or 3 of the agenda packet.
I've got it on 6, I think, resolution template.
Oh yeah,
It's 6
I
and
see it,
7.
page 6. Yes, thank you. So just to get a discussion out there and see if there's even support, I could propose a resolution and we could discuss it, or do we want to have everyone speak first?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
I'll yield.
No, I'm sorry, you're out of order, Mr. Raymond. There's a motion on the floor. We will have discussion here momentarily, so hold your horses just for a second. Is there a second for Mr. Eisenbacher's motion?
Wait, Mr. Chairman, I didn't formally say resolved or anything yet. Do we want to have it where everyone speaks, each of the board members speak and get their view out there and then have a resolution? Or do we want to have a resolution and then everyone speak whether or not they like it?
There's no rule of thumb. It's a member has the right to make a motion. This is just a time for discussion or possible action, rejection, approval, and then if there is a resolution to one of those two, it automatically goes to discussion. So it's really up to you. If you don't want to, you don't have to put the word resolved in to have a motion, sir.
Okay.
That's not a magic trigger. So it's really, so you've already stated your resolution, is that correct?
No, I'll state it, and if there's not someone who would second it, then we don't need to continue on this path necessarily. I'd like to resolve that the variance request be granted for the following reasons. The applicant has demonstrated that A, exceptional characteristics of the property for which the variance is sought make compliance with the dimensional requirements substantially more difficult than would be the case for the great majority of properties in the same NN-J zoning district. And that B, the characteristics that make compliance with the dimensional requirements difficult is related to the premises for which this variance is requested. The characteristics which make compliance with the dimensional requirements are not of a personal nature. They are related to the property and the setbacks. D, The characteristics which make compliance with the dimensional requirements difficult were not created by the current or the previous owner. It is related to the change in the zoning ordinance and the current use versus the previous use, and it did meet the previous zoning ordinance. And E, the proposed variance will not be harmful or alter the essential character of the area in which the property is located, will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to the adjacent properties, or unreasonably increase congestion in the public streets, or increase the danger of fire, or endanger the public safety, or unreasonably diminish or impair established property value within the surrounding area, or in any other respect impair the public health, safety, comfort, morals, or welfare of the inhabitants of the city. And I would like to especially say that putting the pumps behind the building would be a much more risk of fire for the adjacent properties. This keeps the gas pumps and their fire potential far as possible away from the neighbors.
That's not part of your resolution. You're going to have to hold off.
Okay, I'll hold that.
Right back to you. Is there a second to Mr. Eisenbacher's motion by a member of the board? Mr. Desmond, I'm sorry, we didn't hear you. You're on mute. Or you?
Oh, can you hear me now? Then I second.
Yes. Okay, there's a second. Eisenbacher and Desmond introduced a resolution of approval based on the language you heard. For discussion, we're going to go right to Mr. Rahman.
No, I just wanted to, I have a question for Mr. Martini. I am a planning commissioner and I was in that meeting when this case was presented. So my question is, am I allowed to vote?
Have you voted on this matter yet?
Oh, as a planning commission.
Did you actually vote on the matter? I thought. There's no reason why you could not vote on this. You could vote on it.
Thank you.
Anybody else for discussion on the resolution?
I just have one quick thing to throw in here. And I'm not, all right, basically looking at the public record here, the property at 2970 East Long Lake is 155 by 145, as it's indicated from the records that I can pull up here on public record. The only comparable property that I can see that's immediate to this, that's an independent location, is directly across the street at 40908 DeQuinder, which is a gas station on the opposite side of, or I guess that's the east side of DeQuinder. Yeah, so is that right? Yeah, east. So that property is 160 by 160, which isn't a substantial difference. However, that additional 15 square feet, I mean, that might be the 15 square feet we're talking about here as a variance. So that would create a difference in the lot size between it and its nearest competitor. So, I mean, that was, it is a smaller lot. I mean, I have difficulty getting my vehicle, which is an Expedition, into that gas station in comparison to the gas station across the street because the lot's smaller. And I do notice it as a smaller gas station in the area. So it's just my 2 cents from what I could see on public record here.
All right, anyone else on the board? Mr. Bosenbrook.
I agree, I think, for the most part, with Mr. Eisenbacher's motion. The only thing that I conceptually, I think I disagree with, and I don't think it necessarily would change my vote, but as to the Part A, I simply read exceptional characteristics of the property as really relating to the physical condition of the property. And I know Mr. Green tried to explore this a little bit. I don't see something exceptional about the property per se, narrowness, shallowness, etc., that goes to the specific variance being asked for here. And perhaps that's just a question for another day, but I do agree with Mr. Eisenbacher and Mr. Desmond as to the the other four characteristics or elements being satisfied in this request.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McCauley, did you have something? No. Sorry, I thought I saw your hand up. Anyone else? Well, what I'm going to do at this time is offer an amendment to the Eisenbacher-Desmond resolution, and that is requiring as part of if approval is granted by the board, then the petitioner would be required to offer additional screening, namely shrubbery, to further enhance the landscaping and to guarantee a thorough green belt around the property, and namely on that one side, which I believe is the western side, between the property owner, which is the drugstore, and the gas station. And I think that would be appropriate. So that's my resolution, which is a simple amendment onto the main motion. So this becomes the main motion now if it's seconded. Well, what we would do is first vote on the amendment. And if that's approved, it becomes automatically infused into the Eisenbacher-Desmond resolution. And then there's either approval on that full package or it's rejected. If the amendment goes down, it won't be part of any further discussion, although we will have discussion on the shrubbery here in a second if there is a second. Is there a second to my motion?
I will second it for discussion purposes.
Thank you. So now we have.
I got a comment on that. Just so, again, I'm there very consistently, and the space that we're talking that next to on the west side of this property abuts a pretty distant span of parking lot from the CVS. So we're not talking about something that's there's basically nothing over there, and what is there is those trees, and it's pretty visually separated. The truth of the matter is I park there constantly in the gas station and that CVS, and if there was more shrubs there, just from a personal perspective, I wouldn't notice the difference. I mean, it's pretty obscured for the most part as it is, and it's distant. I mean, it's got to be, I don't know, 40, 50 feet, something like that from the entrance. So it's pretty separated, but that's just my perspective. So that's it.
And I think to your point, it may serve a purpose in a limited capacity, but I think it would serve a purpose, and it would not be a big expense from my perspective to the owner, the property owner. It's not like this monster bill is going to come in, and the city administration would work with the property owner to guarantee that it would be appropriate for what I think the board would be approving in this case. Mr. Eisenbacher.
I think there's a bit of a practical difficulty with that because the property line for the petitioner doesn't include any dirt to plant trees in. It's the other guy's property, the drugstore's property that has the current green space.
So you're saying that the plants there now aren't owned by the property owner?
Correct. They're adjacent property, but also as part of this project, as Mr. Desmond sort of alluded to, but didn't say specifically, the Planning Commission is requiring the upgraded materials on the building. So that side of the building is being redone and will be much more aesthetically pleasing than it currently is. But I mean, that's basically 3 parking spots for employees and the garbage dumpster enclosure. And the garbage dumpster enclosure obscures 6 feet high. I believe the only option would be as a wall there. And the wall I don't think would necessarily be better looking than the trees that are already there.
Sure. Anyone else? Hearing none, Ms. Ferenc, are prepared to vote on the amendment.
Well, may I ask, who is the one that seconded your amendment?
Eisenbacher.
Eisenbacher. Okay. All right, Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Rahman? Mr. Rahman?
No.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Bosenbrook?
No.
Mr. Green?
No.
Mr. Desmond?
No.
Mr. Eisenbacher?
Yes.
All right, motion fails. So we move on to the main motion, or what is now the main motion, which is the Eisenbacher-Desmond resolution. Mr. Friends.
Okay, Mr. Rahman?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
No.
Mr. Desmond?
Yes.
Mr. Bosenbrook?
Yes.
Mr. Eisenbacher?
Yes.
And Mr. McCauley?
Yes.
Motion carries. Congratulations, you have your variance. Have a good night. Item B,
Thank you so much.
related to 4895 Park Manor. Mr. Evans, can you present to us on this?
Thank you. And I just asked that, Bob, could you make me the presenter? Okay, this is a variance request for property at 4895 Park Manor to construct a deck 3 feet from the rear property line. The zoning ordinance requires the deck to be at least 25 feet from the rear property line. The subject property is in a residential area south of Long Lake Road and west of Beach Road. I've got it outlined here in red. I've overlapped, everything you see overlapped in yellow is single family zoning, including the subject property. So everything you see on the map is single family zoning. Here's a close-up view of the property layout in the neighborhood. An even more close-up view of the subject property relative to Park Manor and a green space conservation easement that is owned by the condominium to the south. Now this is a survey of the property, and just so everybody knows, in this instance everything's flipped 180 degrees, so the road is at the bottom and the back of the property is at the top. And the subject area we're going to focus on is enhanced here in red. This is the rear of the property, and what they want to do is add a new deck outlined here. And as proposed, the deck will be at closest 3 feet from the rear property line, and the zoning ordinance requires it to be 25 feet from the rear property line. And that's a picture of the back of the house. And so I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Evans by a member of the board? Seeing none, we're going to call the petitioner forward, and if you can identify yourself and relationship to the property in question.
Yes, good evening. I'm Wendy Boyke, and I am property owner.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you give us any comments you have regarding this proposal?
Sure. First of all, thank you for agreeing to do a virtual hearing. That is very much appreciated. I do want to add, I know Mr. Evans just touched on it, that we have past our property line is 47 feet of common space that is part of our neighborhood. So even though we are within our property line, we still have an additional really 47 feet. And I did get a letter of support from our homeowners association as well as an amendment to our bylaws that Mr. Evans can share with you that states they would like property owners to maintain the common space behind our homes. So that 47 feet would be, even though it's still considered common space, we would maintain it.
Okay. Anything else? All right.
Any questions?
Questions from a member of the board? Is this Mr. Robin?
Yeah, is this a property based on the cluster home idea?
A cluster home?
To preserve the green space?
Yes, it is. This.
Oh, okay.
Yes, if I could answer that, this was developed under the cluster option.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Okay, a question from a member of the board. Sir, I see your hand up. Are you a member of the public? Okay. Member of the board, Mr. Ozenberg.
Yeah, my question is, and thank you for presenting tonight. The issue that you're having with the porch or the deck, is that something that's, I guess, common to your other neighbors in terms of the issue with abutting the rear property line, or do any of your neighbors have decks on their properties in that particular area?
No, we would be the first. However, our home is a higher elevation. And so one of the other homes already has a patio. Not all homes are sold. We still have some vacant lots. They're still in the process of selling and building homes. I believe some other neighbors are planning to submit. We do have a letter of support from our neighbor. But
then,
like, oh, sorry.
No, one more follow-up question. So, I guess the specifics of the variance, is that based on the nature of the deck that you're wanting to build, that's bringing it up to 3 feet from the property line? Or is that required by you said the elevation of your house, or is that just sort of a preference in terms of how you want your deck to look?
Well, our house itself is 25 feet from the property line, or the rear wall. And then we would like the deck, yes, versus having to walk out and immediately downstairs to a patio. But any deck would require a variance, no matter what size.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Ozenberg, are you done? Okay. Ma'am, did you submit those letters you're referring to the city?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Another member of the board for this petitioner. A
Sure.
member of the board of zoning board of appeals.
Mr. Chairman, David.
Yes, Mr. Eisenbacher.
So following up with what you alluded to, did you speak to the neighbor behind your property?
I have not, since we're still with the 47 feet of common space until I just spoke with the neighbor that the current screen would be unit 5. I have a letter from them.
Okay. And then did you provide the pictures? I believe it's in page 58 of our packet that shows your doors, that it looks like a 6 or 8 foot drop right off the door.
Yes.
Okay.
I submitted those. Mm-hmm.
Another member of the board. Yes, Mr. McCauley.
Just a point of information for the homeowner to help her out. Out of the 20 homes in that area, 13 of them will have elevated door walls stepping out the back. Only 7 will step out to ground level. So this is the first one that we will get out of many And so this will be basically setting precedent for the future ones that come forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Another member of the board? I don't see a hand. Then we're going to move right to the public hearing. And if there's somebody who's on the call.
Mr. Chair,
I have one.
Mr. Evans. Hold on one second. Mr. Evans.
yes, and just relative to something that was mentioned in the comments. And I'll get back to it because I just lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. It was mentioned that any deck would require a variance. However, the city is aware that there are homes built, other homes built in this development similar and already are at the 25-foot setback. And the city does allow, without a variance, the option for people to have the minimum size landing and staircase to exit out their elevated door so they can get down to the ground level. So I just wanted to clarify that we would not require a variance for any situation where if all they needed was a landing and staircase to get to ground level.
Very good. Is there another member of the board who would like to be heard? Okay, so now I'm going to open up the public hearing, which is really communications from those who've already communicated with us. But if there's another person on the call or in the Zoom, I'm sorry, the GoToMeeting, like to be recognized, I will recognize you at this time. I saw a hand over here. Well, that was Mr. Evans. My eyes aren't so good anymore at this age, so without my glasses, which I don't have. Okay, so Ms. Ferenz, can you please share with us communications?
Sure. There are no public comments submitted by voicemail or email on this application, unless there's something within it, but nothing has been submitted.
Very good. Thank you. I will close out the public hearing at this point and bring it back to the board table for consideration, discussion, or action. Mr. McCauley.
I looked into this quite heavily, and I even had a conversation today earlier with Paul Evans regarding this, because what has happened here is this builder has built the maximum size house on the footprint for that property, and knowing that basically that none of these homeowners, 13 out of the 20 with elevated backyards or houses elevated going down to the backyard, have access to it. So he made his money, but now he's left the responsibility with the homeowners and us, the burden of how we deal with this. So I'm not extremely happy with this at all, because I think it's unfair to the homeowner and I think it's unfair to us. So from my perspective, looking at this and kind of researching it around a little bit, we need to find something, a different avenue for something like this. In this situation, to be able to grant a 22-foot deck in a 25-foot area, even though there's 47 feet of open space, which is underlined with weeds and shrubs and trees, so it's not usable really unless you're a kid playing in it, which is pretty good too. But from that standpoint, in this situation, going against our own city ordinances, because of the way this is built, we need to look at how we can control what's going on there, so that way there's a standard moving forward. I'll give you an example, that something that I would like to see potentially, that if we get into a situation where a builder maximizes this building envelope to max again, and there's only a 25-foot setback, that the homeowner is limited to a 10-foot deck, then that can get them outside, have some elevation, then going down to their patio at ground level, opposed to something that would take up the entire backyard, which I have a struggle with. I really have a problem with. So I would look at how can we do that? How can we put something in place, setting precedents moving forward, that we don't have these in a sense, 22-foot deck and a 25-foot setback in the future and get these people down to the ground level. That's my concern.
I think that's a valid point. You know, we do have an embed from the planning commission on our board, so maybe we can ask Mr. Rahman to look into that and discuss that at the planning commission level. So we can't change any of that. The planning commission could work with city council on that. But I will say this, to Mr. McCauley's well thought out comments, Mr. Rahman, I'm going to give you a charge, and that is see what you can do over there on the planning commission. But we did have an embed from the planning commission for a long time, and every time our board came up with something for them, for you all to discuss on your board, on your commission, it always came back as, oh yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. Like
Okay.
I can't.
So I think this is a very interesting.
Full of black holes. So
No, I'm sure I will try. You know, I will try to give some feedback. This is an interesting discussion because you know this problem we created ourselves. Because this is Mr. Evans, I can just explain what is that cluster home idea is. Because we wanted to keep green space, and that's why we allowed the builder to build houses with that small footprint. So now decks cannot be built. So that's a problem. So yeah, I know it's just something that can be considered in a different way than just a general, generally how we, apply zoning ordinances. So my first answer to your question is I'll talk to Planning Commission and see if I can bring back something, how we can address this. As Mr. McCauley said that maybe we can say that only 10 feet by 10 feet deck can be built, because I also don't like that we occupy the whole space with a 20 feet by 20 feet deck. So definitely this is something that we need to discuss in the Planning Commission and then bring it back. So I take your, request. I will follow up. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Rahman. Mr. Green, I'm sorry. Please be recognized.
Thank you. Can we go to Mr. Evans first? I think he's got something that might be relevant.
Mr. Evans?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of discussion. The ordinance, as it stands now, does allow encroachments into the rear yard setback for uncovered decks. But what it says is that when it's all said and done, even the uncovered deck, you still have to leave 25 feet of rear setback. So there is a mechanism in the ordinance. So if someone is more than 25 feet away, they are allowed to encroach into the rear yard setback. But in this instance, as Mr. McCauley indicated, the property is, the footprint is built out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Green?
Thank you. So along the same lines as Mr. McCauley, Mr. Evans, that was incredibly, I won't call it sketchy, but it was rude of the developer to abide so tightly by the letter, and definitely not, particularly with those 13 properties where you have that elevated exit, that's going to require something to not follow the spirit, I think, of the proposal. And so building out the 20, covering the whole space, and then not encroaching in the other 40 odd of public common area, but covering that's a whole lot. But I struggle because that is then punitive to the homeowners or to the property owners, and that's not the goal at all. I like Mr. McCauley's general idea for some sort of path forward, although that's not in our hands fully.
Thank you. Mr. McCauley?
I have a question for the petitioner. I'm just asking because I'm trying to look at how we can help you, I guess, is from my standpoint. What's your time frame that you were looking at that you wanted to build this deck? Were you looking at spring?
Yeah, we had filed for was it the April hearing, Mr. Evans? I'm not quite sure.
Last spring.
Last spring, yes.
Yeah.
And if I can touch on your point about maybe a smaller deck, it does not go all the way across the house. I don't know if you can pull back up the picture that we had. It's just the straight point. And we have young children, so we're trying to keep it a one level simple as possible to minimize stairs going down to different levels.
Then basically we're in the discussion now, so I just asked a question.
Okay.
So, from that standpoint, because I even noticed the shape of your deck as I'm commenting now, because also there's a sewer line that goes through there too. So that way, sewer drain, an 8-inch sewer drain. So that way you avoided that area too. So that way that'd be accessible. And that's one of the concerns that I have going back as far as you did with the easement also. My question why I asked it was, I want to see if we, and I may be talking out of turn here, if there's some way, and I hate to do this, is somehow we can fix this, get an ordinance or get something in place, a standard for you and people moving forward, so that way we don't have to see 13 other applications for variances, that this is addressed all at once somehow. I don't know if we can do that. If we can amend one of our zoning ordinances to meet this, because this is going to be an issue moving forward for many of them. So I hate to say potentially postpone this to see what we can do, because I think this is going to be a long-term issue that we need to address and get it done right. So that way you and everybody else moving forward has the opportunity to have some type of deck on there potentially. And like I said, I could be talking out of place, but that's my perspective on it.
I have a question, if I may.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Desmond. Mr. Eisenbacher was waiting and he had his hand up before you. So
I'm sorry, I can't see him. I've still got park view up.
Yeah. That's okay. Mr. Eisenbacher, please.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo some of the comments that I've heard from my colleagues. It seems like the only benefit for the individual homeowners for the cluster option is that they won't end up with big giant fences between the houses. They still have the same setback to the property line, but they can't build any structures in their backyard because the backyard is so small. But they still have that setback to the neighbors, long setback to the neighbors, as you can see on page 59 of our packet, how far it is from and how well screened the applicant's rear neighbor is from her house. But given our rules, I don't see how it's possible, because this issue was created by the developer and it was known going into the deal. There's no, it's setback, and we need to have the easy change to the zoning ordinance in my mind is that the setback is from the neighbor's property, not from the green space. That's it.
Mr. Eisenbacher, wouldn't be the case that there's no practical difficulty because the issue was created by the previous owner, meaning the developer?
Yeah.
So that takes that off the table. I mean, as far as practical difficulty that can't be met by the petitioner. Mr. Desmond.
I'm sorry, I just had a question for Mr. Mopsney. In the event that we approve this variance, is that then a precedent for others in the neighborhood to get the same variance?
Well, the way we always answer that is each variance is specific to the specific circumstances of the case. It's a case-by-case basis. So we always argue that, you never set a precedent at the zoning board, because you consider each case separately. So you won't.
Okay.
Just because you grant this doesn't mean you have to grant the next one.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that on the public record for this particular case. Thank you, Mr. Mosny.
And then, Mr. McCauley, I would just say really quickly on your point that you made about postponing, postponement must be to a date certain. It can't be we're postponing for possible action from city council and the planning commission. But you could propose postponement, and then as that day gets closer, if there's been no action, there could be another motion for a further postponement. So there's a way to play the system to ensure that the petitioner does not lose her filing fee to the city for us to potentially reject this tonight. I don't know that that would happen. I'm not a soothsayer, but and then of course, Mr. Rahman, if there was a postponement, Mr. Rahman could go to the planning commission and then address this, and then it would be upon approval, if there would be approval on his commission, then the city council would receive it and then potentially address it if they chose to approve it, you know? So that's kind of the way it works. And Mr. Motzni, tell me if that's incorrect. Are you there, Mr. Motzni?
I couldn't find my microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the procedure. Yeah, it would be amendments, quite a lengthy procedure. You have to go to the planning commission, you have to have a public hearing, and then it'd have to go to the city council and another public hearing. So, but yes, that would be the procedure.
That'll be a long procedure. Yeah.
Okay, so we have Mr. McCauley.
Is the planning meeting on a regular basis, monthly meeting right now?
We just started.
So you are starting back. And so is the city council meeting on a monthly basis now still too, Mr. Evans?
Twice a month.
Twice a month? Okay. So this is something that we could work towards, that we could do. But it's just going to be difficult and time consuming because of the restraints of virtual everything. And like I said, I could be speaking out of line. My thoughts to the petitioner is this. I want to do something that we put in place that benefits, gives you some relief, puts in place a standard for us moving forward. And if it takes myself helping, working with the planning commission, I think this is going to be something that's important moving forward. I would like to, and like I say, this is just my opinion, and we'll see what the flavor of everybody else is to postpone this, to try and put in place some type of standards to move forward. Because if I voted on this right now, I would vote no, because I think that's an excessive deck.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
I'll start with the end, I suppose. I would back that postponement. And to the petitioner, it is not easy being first. But thank you for bringing this, because it is not going to be the first either for this development, or I would suspect for several others. This is an unintended externality of the nature of the cluster development and what the Planning Commission has thus far approved, unaware of this outcome. I would also at this time vote no as proposed. I would like to note, and Mr. Chair, you could correct me, that if what the commission approves is, if that's what it comes to, if what the commission, proposes and what council approves is, say, a 10-foot deck on this sort of development, then that would still need to come in as a refile, because the variance requested would be different. So that would still require a refiling, as unfortunate as that is.
That I'm not sure that that's the case, but that's a good point. We could ask Mr. Evans if the current application could be amended or edited. Mr. Evans?
We would ask for a revised filing fee, a revised application, simply because the city would have to expend the cost of renoticing. Because right now the notice wouldn't be correct with what
I understand. Okay.
potential
Mr. Green, you're
different
correct.
variants. Okay. Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Evans.
briefly in looking through, I know this is a little out of order, but there was one public comment that the city did receive that wasn't entered into the record and wasn't in your packet. And I think I'm obligated to bring it up. So whenever the board and the chair is ready, it's very brief and I could simply read it.
Please.
Okay, it's from the Park View on Beach Association, dated May 26, 2020, and they've indicated that they are in support of the proposed variance.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another member of the board.
I see also on page 60 of our packet, there's another letter from a neighbor. So the
60?
property in question is 4895. The neighbor is 4903, and they write, "We have received the plan for the deck for which they are applying for a permit. We have no objection whatsoever about the plan."
Okay, very good. Yeah, is there a member of the board that has a further comment, or is someone like to propose a resolution for any type of action, or to the point of the line of discussion, postponement? I think Mr. Bosenbrook was first, please.
Just very quickly want to say that I agree with the general approach Mr. McCauley's outlined. I don't think that we have the tools to address the issue here. It's not equitable necessarily to the petitioner, but I don't know that we have the tools to remedy the problem that we're talking about right now.
Thank you. Mr. McCauley, then Mr. Green.
Let Mr. Green go first because I was going to make a proposal or a resolution.
I'll keep it brief because so was I. I was going to say I suggest March because that would get potentially the petitioner back on track. If planning might be able to complete something with council in that time.
March 20.
That's not a motion. Yep. Yes.
Okay.
But that's not a motion. That was a suggestion, Mr. McCauley.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. McCauley.
From my understanding from Mr. Evans, that the petitioner would have to reapply anyways because we have to re-advertise. So there'd be a whole new application needed anyway because they can't amend the variance request. Am I correct, Mr. Evans?
Yeah, if the ordinance changes and the specifics of the request are different than what's been advertised, we'll definitely have to do that and re-advertise.
Okay.
So we would require a new application.
So let me ask this just as a hypothetical, Mr. Evans. If the city came back and put in a new ordinance that says that 10-foot deck is allowed within the 25-foot setback if there's a maximum of 70 feet from the back of the house to the back of the green space, something like that, they fit. So they don't even need an application, would they? Mute. You're muted, Paul.
That is correct. They would not need to come back before the board because they would comply.
So us postponing this does nothing other than postpone it, and we should still have to reapply anyway if it didn't change.
Correct. I would agree with Mr. McCauley. So what we could do tonight is, I don't believe that, and I'm not trying to get into the petitioner's mind, so please, ma'am, I'm not trying to speak for you. I don't believe that if she wanted to at this point, she could withdraw her application because we're already considering it right now. So from my perspective, as a presiding officer, is we could not take action on this, which means it goes away, or we can vote. For those who want to approve it, you might have the votes to approve it. For those who are opposed to it or wanting the city council and planning commission to address this in a more thorough fashion, they would potentially do that. We can't speak for them, but my perspective is this, and ma'am, I think you gave us a lot of good information, and I really do admire your well thought out perspective. I just have a very hard time ever voting for what I always coin as an extreme variance. 3 feet from the property line, to me, is extreme. And I'm sure it would be a beautiful deck, and I'm sure your family would really, really enjoy it. So what I would propose to my colleagues on the board is Mr. Rahman has heard all of this because he's a full member of this board and a full member of the planning commission. He has superpowers. He can do both, which is great. But I would propose that we would not take action on item 6B tonight. And that doesn't require a vote. You just move on. Now, if somebody wants to, there's no resolution. So if somebody wants to introduce a resolution in favor or opposed to the petitioner's application, that would take jurisdiction right here, right now, if there's a second. So is there a resolution to be made? Mr. Green?
I would resolve that we deny this request. And the reason that I would do that as opposed to simply letting it go away is...
Well, that's part of discussion.
That's true. You are correct. I would propose that we deny it on the basis of, at a minimum, this is not a problem unique to this property.
Okay. Anything else?
As well as 0.5, it is not, it is of the previous owner's making, is the developer's making. And the request is, I think, reasonable, but of a personal nature.
Very good. Is there a second to Mr. Green's motion?
I second it.
Mr. McCauley seconds. Any discussion? Mr. Green?
Thank you. And you'll pardon me, petitioner. The reason I want to do this is because I do want to sort of send a small message that it is a fairly extreme level of variance for what is requested. I don't think, while it may not technically set precedent, I don't think it's a good idea to say, sure, in a cluster development, the ZBA is willing to consider such a substantial variance for a deck, because that would potentially still lead to interim petitions and potential shenanigans by future developers. So I'd like to have it out there as a more firm no.
Okay. Anyone else who's a board member? All right, so a yes vote on the Green, Green McCauley motion, resolution, would reject the applicant's request. A no vote would be opposed to rejecting her application, essentially. Does that make sense? Okay, so Ms. Ferenc?
I'm sorry, just say that. So no is to deny the petitioner.
Yes.
Yes is to, right? I'm getting a no from Aaron Green here. He's saying
Get it backwards.
My motion was to deny the petitioner, so a vote yes on this would be a vote to deny the petitioner.
Yeah, so a vote no, okay, yeah.
Yes is to deny, no is not to deny.
No is nothing.
Yeah.
No is
no.
continuing.
Are we all
Mr.
set?
Rahman?
Before I give my comment, I would like to
Oh,
say
that was
that
for a vote request.
it's yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Desmond?
No.
Mr. Bessenbrook?
Yes.
Mr. Eisenbacher? Mr. Eisenbacher?
Nope. No.
Mr. McCauley?
Yes.
5 yes, 2 no.
Motion carries and the applicant's request has been rejected. Ms. Boyke, thank you for being with us. Hope to see you back very, very soon. Item C is related to 4062 Hotwell. Mr. Evans, can you, yes, please. You're recognized.
I'd like to request that we take a 5-minute recess, if amenable to the board and the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. What is the consensus of my board colleagues? We could say no, and then Mr. Evans will be in a really tough spot.
It's a bottle.
Okay. So we will stand at ease for 10 minutes, just in case somebody else has something or another to do, but just be prepared to be called back quickly because we do want to get through the rest of these items because people are waiting. Thank you. We are at ease. on item number C related to 4062 Atwell. And I am going to ask Mr. Evans to present to the board on this.
And as soon as Bob returns to his station, I'll ask him to make me the presenter.
Sorry for stealing him there for a minute. Paul, it's kind of weird that I'm at City Hall and you're at home.
Hey, Bob, if you can, if you're at your station, can you make me the presenter, please? This is Paul.
It's getting late, so I'm going to try to make these next items as quick as possible.
Okay, well, this is a variance request for property at 4062 Chatwall, and they want to construct a swimming pool, and a portion of that is proposed to be in the front yard. Zoning ordinance requires swimming pools to be in the rear yard behind the front of the principal building. So the subject property is on Chatwall, outlined in red. That's in a residential area north of Waddles and west of Rochester Road. There's a close-up of the neighborhood, and an even closer view of the subject property. And I'm going to zoom in on the site plan that the applicant has provided us. And what we have here is, let me back it out a little bit. As we can see, Chatwall rotates around several sides of this property. Any yard abutting a street is considered a front yard. So they're required to have front yard setback along that whole stretch. Zooming in on the portion of the property, we have the house to the bottom of this drawing, and they're proposing a pool right here. Now this blue line is where the applicant has identified the required 30-foot setback, which also delineates the location of the front yard. So anything to the relative left of this blue line is the front yard. Anything to the right of it is not the front yard. So, and I correct myself, it's the purple line, not the blue line. So okay. You have a portion of the pool right here, and this, as proposed, is to be in the front yard. So in order to proceed with this plan, they're seeking a variance from the board, and they've also provided some additional information in regards to how the proposed product will look, as well as what's out there now. So I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Evans? Mr. McCauley.
Just to clarify, there's a purple line that's inside. If you could show that with your arrow there, Paul. That's the front yard setback. And then the blue line, if you see it goes across the top of the spa area and goes out into the street, that's the easement line. So that way people know what we're looking at.
There's a note here that talks about 20-foot public easement.
So that's the line for the 20-foot public easement. All right, thank you.
Right.
Anyone else for Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Eisenbacher. I'm sorry, didn't see you over there.
Okay. So I want to clarify this a little bit more. So this property has 3 front yards or 2 front yards?
At least 2. You can see based on the configuration that they've got one along Chatwall here, and it just simply wraps around over to here and then further to the other end of the property here. So,
okay, so relative to the house, let's say.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can get that specific if it's 2 or 3, but we, in a typical corner lot, it's at least 2. The north-south street, and the east-west street.
So this is pretty unique, having three sides of the house partially being front yards?
Well, I try to avoid commenting on that while we haven't researched it in the city. And ultimately, that's a question for the board to determine. I think even if the board, we see maps like this all the time at all our hearings, and most of the things that the board does consider is for single family residential. So perhaps that can help the board members get a comfort level as to if they believe this property is unique.
Okay, thank you.
Any other member of the board? Okay, we return to the petitioner. You are representing the petitioner, or you are the property owner in question. Please identify yourself and tell us your relationship to the property.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Ellen Yerkes. I'm the landscape designer with Antonelli Landscape, representing the choices and homeowner, Mr. Scott Jarbo, who's with us tonight. So yeah, on paper, our variance request sounds odd that we want to put a pool in the front yard, but as you can see, this lot is not unique. It is unique. The irregular shape of this lot isn't typical for a cul-de-sac whatsoever. Usually a cul-de-sac lot has a small front yard and like a pie shape, but his front yard setback wraps around practically 70% of this lot. And to fit a pool in, this type of lot requires a variance, because pushing it all the way into the backyard is, as far as we can go, there's not a lot of backyard because of this unique shape, and we are required to be 7 feet off the side of the other property line. So this is where it lies, and we're coming to you tonight for the variance that we've been waiting for several months. So we really appreciate this meeting and hope you can see the uniqueness in Mr. Jarbo's hardship.
Thank you. Any member of the board for this petitioner's representative? Mr. McCauley.
Have you had an engineering study done for the encroachment into the easement area? Petitioner.
From the plot plan that we provided with the site plan shows the plans within all easements.
Say that again, please. You're breaking up.
Sorry, the plan we submitted does have all the site plans and drawing for a hardscape in the pool's plan.
Okay, my question was, did you have the engineering look at this, because that you are going into the easement area? If there's any underlying things like it's building over a storm drain or cable lines or electrical or gas lines or anything like that?
Partially, but some of that still needs to be developed as we know further if we can go ahead with this project.
Okay, so that's a no. Thank you.
Any other member of the board? I have a question. The diagram that Mr. Evans showed us at the beginning, it looked like there's an existing pool there. Is that correct?
There's not a pool.
That's what I was picking up. But the diagram kind of shows, like, what I saw, it looked like a pool, and then the line showed where the proposed pool could go. So I'm a little confused as to why that diagram, that one right there, yep.
That's the proposal.
Yep.
So the rectangular one is what you're proposing?
Yeah, this whole area is new. I think if we look at it now, it's basically lawn, grass, and maybe just some small amount of play equipment.
Well, that's what I saw in the
Another photo that
picture. There
shows
wasn't anything there, so I was a little confused.
The homeowner
Okay.
currently has a patio, and the proposed plan is to take that out and put a pool in with the site plan, landscape and hardscape.
Just a lot of the diagrams we've used in the past, when there are lines like that, that means this is the proposal of what they want to do. So I was a little taken aback by that. Okay, I understand. Another member of the board. Okay, thank you. We are going to turn to
Ossenbeck.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Bosm. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly. I'm not sure if I missed this in the packet, but what would be, have you had any feedback from the your neighbors or the neighbors in the surrounding the house in terms of support, not support, indifferent?
There's support. Mr. Jarbo, if you'd like to extend on that answer.
How you doing? I'm Scott Jarbo, the homeowner. I actually have a petition that has been signed by all my neighbors next door to me, behind my house, and 3 houses across the street from my house. And everyone has approved the site plan.
And have you submitted that to the city?
I have not submitted it. I have it here. I don't know if it's something that I would need to drop off. I wasn't sure exactly how I would do that.
You can scan it and just email it to Mr. Evans.
Okay. I can do that.
We can pass that along to you, absolutely.
Another member of the board. Mr. Bosenbrook, does that satisfy you? As far as your question?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Anyone else? Okay, we'll open the so-called public comment. Oh, yes. Is that Mr. Green?
Sorry. Just a quick follow on from that. For the record, Mr. Jarbo, if you've got the letter there, it might be a little awkward, but can you hold it in front?
Okay. Yeah.
And just put it a little further forward.
Yeah, how about closer?
Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
A little,
On the camera, Scott.
All right.
up a little bit. Up.
Oh,
There you go. No, that's too much.
Little down, and then a little further forward. This is great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take a
All right,
screenshot.
hold it there for just a second. Thank you.
Screen capture.
Perfect.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. And so I see 3 signatures on there.
yeah. I have several other neighbors that are willing to sign, but they're feeling ill right now. So I didn't want to go over there. They didn't want to come over here, but I can get their signatures as well.
That is highly appropriate. That's it for me. Thank you.
Another member of the board. Okay. Our public comments / communications, Ms. Ferenc.
There are no voicemails or emails submitted for this agenda item.
Okay, very good. So at this point in time, we bring it back to the board table, so only board members can comment at this time during discussion and/or possible action by a member of the board. Mr. Green's hand was up first.
It sure is unique as per the nature of the property. It sure is the shape that's in play here. It's a very unique shape. I think I haven't been on nearly as long as yourself, for example, to see as many cases, but this one's new to me. We've seen at least one with 2 faces, 2 front yards, but 3 is quite extreme. So to me, that would satisfy that part of it. And harming the character of the area, I don't think it will. It looks quite nice. I have no idea if if the applicant's neighbors would also enjoy use of it, but that's a nice thing to have in a family, in a residential area for either personal individual or not like open, but community use. So to me, those are not a question. Obviously, it is for that site, and I don't know. So the shape of the lot was not created by the current owner, and regardless of who the previous owner was, I don't know who created the streets, but I don't see that as likely being the issue. The only question is it of a personal nature to me? And I'm not sure. To me, it feels that way, but I'm not going to hold to that depending on what everybody thinks. That's it.
All right. Mr. McCauley.
I look at this, this is exactly fits our statement of practical difficulties to a T. I think this is why we have them, and to be able to do something like this, to help a person in a neighborhood like this achieve what they want to do with their backyard. My only concern is because I look at where the building of this is, and it's building into the easement areas. What is underneath those easement areas? So let's say down the road, a year from now, they have a problem with the storm drain and they have the patio built over the storm drain. City's got to go in there and tear out part of their patio or some part of that they have to go in there to do that. How does our engineering department view this? They view this as, this isn't a problem, there's nothing there we have to worry about. No, we absolutely do not want this in this area because of the easements, the things that we have in the easement areas. Also, the question of if they do dig it up, who's going to pay to re-put it back together? Is the homeowner willing to indemnify the city for anything that's done because they have to go into the easement area because they're building over it? So I really want to hear from our engineering department their thoughts, what they think about this going over an easement area. Because if you look at the picture that they provided from like, it shows the play structure and the end of the arborvitaes. I'm trying to see what page that is real quick. That's, I believe that's page 76 of our packet. If you look at the end of those arborvitaes, from where that picture is taken, there's a storm drain there. The next one is out in the sidewalk. So there's a storm drain that runs across that whole back of that. And then is there anything else as far as easements are concerned? So if they came in there, I mean, right now, the way it lays right now, if they had to do something with that storm drain, those arborvitaes would be coming out to get to that storm drain. What happens when we put a deck, a fence, all the other amenities that have to go with the pool? I want to know how our engineers feel about it. So I like the idea. I love it. I think it'll be great in there, but I just want to make sure that it's not something that's interfering with our city access or easement access and indemnifying the city for the cost of having to do any kind of repairs afterwards.
Am I able to respond to that?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Evans, do you have a comment regarding Mr. McCauley's concern?
Well,
I mean, we haven't
if the
really
board believes that there.
I just say really quickly, we really haven't addressed this to any extent in the past because we really have never, I can't remember ever voting to allow somebody to develop into an easement area. So Mr. McCauley's comments are, I think, have very good concern behind that. So I'll let you take that.
Well, there's a couple avenues I can think of. It's the consensus of the board that this should be looked into. One thing that could be done is it could be postponed to get the engineering department's opinion on the proposed improvements. The other thing is you could approve it subject to conditions of receiving the engineering department's approval on this. Those are two I can think of. There may be more.
Okay. Well, we'll wait, before I call on Mr. Eisenbacher, we'll wait to see if there's a potential author of a resolution who may want to incorporate one angle or the other, or a possible third or fourth into a possible resolution. We'll have to wait and see. Mr. Eisenbacher.
The exact language on page 65 for the variance request is just to allow the swimming pool in the front yard. I believe the easement will come in with the permits for construction, And typically it's always on the homeowner's risk, or if they place anything on top of an easement, that they have to pay for removing it, and they have to pay to put it back if they want it back, to give clear access to the easement, and it's outside of our purview.
Mr. Mansky, can you address that? That's your understanding?
Yes, I would agree with Mr. Eisenbacher. This board, if they meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and we could grant the variance. If they interfere with an easement, then, like Mr. Eisenbacher said, that's at their own risk. Plus, supposedly the plans will have to be approved, and the engineering will get an opportunity to look at it before the actual pool is built anyway. And they're not going to allow any type of structure to violate the easement. So I would agree with Mr. Eisenbacher on that.
Okay. Another member of the board, Mr. Bosenbrook.
No, I don't give up. I want to make the resolution. Okay, I agree with what Mr. Green said first about agreeing with all the items, and Mr. Whoever spoke sent, Mr. McCauley. I think this is the kind of thing that why we have a ZBA. This is the first time I can remember a property with front yard enveloping around three sides of the rectangular shaped house. So I would like to move the standard resolution template on page 6 for the placement of a swimming pool in the front yard on that particular side of the house. Not for any side of the house, but that side of the house, which isn't really clear in the request, but I'd like to make that clear when the official resolution is typed up. However, we characterize that side of the house as being the variance side. For A, B, C, D, and E have all been clearly shown for the request.
Second.
Who was the second, please? Mr. Green.
Thank you.
Would you want to just slightly alter your amendment or your resolution to use a direction? I'm not sure what side of the house the variance side is, but is that the east? I think the west side, is that correct?
North.
North. Okay.
Okay, for the north side then, yes.
Mr. Green, is that your understanding of the resolution?
I'll still second, yes, it is.
Okay, very good. So we have discussion, and Mr. Bosenbrook is first.
I was just curious if Mr. Chairman would agree, the board would agree to. I would like to hear input from Ms. Yerkes regarding the easement question. I think she had wanted to contribute, and I would be interested in hearing what she had to say.
Sure. Ms. Yerkes, just to let you know, when we bring things back after you speak as the petitioner's representative, and we go to public comment, and it comes back to the board table, only board members can speak unless a board member recalls the person. And that's what Mr. Bosenbrook is doing. So you're welcome to share with us your thoughts.
Perfect. Yes, that's why I asked before. Sorry about that. So
That's okay. Don't worry
I
about
was just going to point out too the same thing that was presented about his own risk and that it would be on the homeowner. Additionally, this is a brick paver patio, so these are building blocks that can be taken out versus concrete that would crack and destroy. So it can be taken back and put, back together, right? So that is a benefit to this particular project on the east.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we got tangled here. Is there a member who wants to discuss more discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, I believe we are prepared for a vote, Ms. Ferentz.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Desmond,
Yes.
Mr. Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Bosenbrook,
Yes.
Mr. Rahman.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Congratulations, you have your variance.
Thank you so much.
To the property owner, I'll give you some words of advice. We had a pool as a kid, and my dad used to tell me about all of my summer friends that became my instant friends. The moment it was warm enough to swim, and then they disappeared the moment it was too cold to swim. So hopefully that won't happen to your kid.
We'll have some summer friends and probably some summer family too.
Sure, absolutely. Well, enjoy.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks so
very
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Mr. Bob of the IT department, I do not see Mr. Desmond on my screen.
I think
So-
he's muted and off camera. Sorry.
Oh,
That was an accident. Sorry. I didn't realize I was invisible.
I would enjoy having that magical power. So anyway, welcome back. Okay, we move right on to item D. So I'm just going to make this comment real quick. Mr. McCauley would like to address the board before we take any action on item D related to a personal nature. And I'm just going to turn it over to Mr. McCauley to say a few words.
I want to make the board aware and also the petitioner aware for item D, the 1086 Shallowdale shed, that I am a resident in that subdivision. So I live about a block away from there. And I am also a board member of the Shallowbrook Homeowners Association. So when I saw this item come up on our agenda, I contacted Mr. Motzny to make sure there's no conflict of interest. He assured me there wasn't. At that time, I called Mr. Evans and told him that what the item entailed. And I wanted to make it the declaration that people know that I am in this area. This is my subdivision. I am on the board, homeowners board of association for this item. Thank you.
And
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McCauley, you told me that you spoke to Mr. Motzny, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but just please let us know what Mr. Motzny told you as far as casting any vote on this matter.
Are you good to go? I'm good to go because, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, as I told Mr. McCauley that unless he had a direct pecuniary or monetary interest in the outcome, that it would not technically be a conflict, but I did advise that he should bring the matter up to the board just in case anybody on the board felt otherwise and wanted to make some sort of motion to that effect.
Good. Thank you. So, Mr. Motzny, would you recommend that we go through item D and then before any voting, ask any board member or all board members if anyone would be interested? Essentially what you're saying is benching Mr. McCauley for the vote. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm trying to figure out next steps. So you're just saying.
I think you could proceed as normal, hear the matter, hear the discussion. If something comes out during the discussion where it might appear there may be a conflict, and somebody could make a motion to excuse Mr. McCauley, but at this point, I don't see any conflict and see no reason to not proceed.
Very good. Okay, I want to make sure my I's are dotted and my T's are crossed. So this is related to 1066? 1060? 1080. I'm sorry, I don't have my darn glasses. Shallowdale. And Mr. Evans, can you present to us on this matter?
Yes, Bob, could you make me the presenter, please?
You are?
Mr. Evans.
Paul, you already are the presenter.
Okay. Can everybody see the summary of the request on their screen?
No.
Not yet. I think you still need to share your screen, though.
Well, I've seen those prompts a few times tonight, and I'm not seeing it now.
Give me 1 second. I'll remove it and put it back.
They've been disappearing on my screen also. I have to move the mouse down to where they're supposed to be to get anything.
There we go. All right. And as indicated, this is a variance request for property at 1086 Shallowdale. A recently constructed shed was placed in the front yard, and the zoning ordinance requires sheds to be placed in rear yards. The subject property is located in a residential neighborhood east of Rochester Road and south of Long Lake. It's at the corner of Shallowdale and Harold. And the subject property and the entire neighborhood that you see in yellow here, that's all single family residential. We do have some multiple family residential in this area over here. And here's a close up of the subject property. I put a circle, the approximate location of the shed. And that's the shed in question that he needs the variance for. This is the site plan that just goes to show that the shed's going to be meeting the required setbacks of 6 feet from the back property line. And, well, it can't go in the front yard, but it's still shown to meet the front yard setback of 30 feet. And I put this diagram together to give people an idea that on the corner lot, you've got essentially in this configuration 2 front yards. The rear yard is here, so the shed straddles this common imaginary line that would separate the front yard from the rear yard. And then the applicants provided some pictures that he just showing what the shed looks like right now with the screening, and also a picture from closer up. And as we move on to public comment, well, that's not really a public comment, but that was also included in your his application on page 49. So with that being said, I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
So a member of the board would like to ask Mr. Evans a question. Okay, if not, we will call Mr. Van Horn to address the board. Please identify yourself and your relationship to the property in question.
Hey, good evening. This is Brian Van Horn. I'm the property owner at 1086 Shallowdale. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks for the time.
So please tell us why we should consider this tonight.
Well, over the last 10 years, just a little bit of background. We bought the house in 2010. When we bought the house, there was it was basically a football field. There was no trees, no bushes. There was, it was basically a wide open field. It was kind of an unkept lot. So over the last 10 years, we've put just short of 40 trees on the lot. So if you'll see on one of the map lines, you'll see along the street there, you'll see 30 arborvitaes that are lined up that creates a screen there from the wall. So essentially makes that backyard into or the side yard, it's considered the front yard, but it would essentially it creates a backyard effect there. And we put a fence around the entire yard. Every time we're out on the front yard, we, constantly getting neighbors stopping by and telling us how much they appreciate the aesthetics of it, because it is the entrance way to the subdivision. We're constantly getting people telling us how much they really appreciate how much it looks. As you see, you'll hear in the public comments later some of the emails that are sent in from the neighbors. I've personally gone and talked to every single one of my neighbors, and all of them have said how much they really appreciate what we've done with the property, and they're in accordance with the shed. Where the shed's located right now, It's 6, we're basically asking for a variance of 6 feet. So if we go to, what would that be? East, basically 6 feet east, it would be considered in the backyard. And with the aesthetics of the property and where the neighbors can see it, they not only say they like it, it's basically, they can't see it based on the screening of all the other landscaping that we've put in.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to keep it short. I know it's getting late.
Yeah, it is. People do have to work tomorrow, but we want to give you the time necessary to consider this. So why don't I just throw it back to my colleagues? Is there a member of the board who would like to ask Mr. Van Horn a question? Mr. McCauley.
So am I correct? Is the shed 8 feet wide? So 6 of the 8 feet are in the front yard?
Yes.
Thank you.
Another member of the board, Mr. Eisenbacher.
I think you may have said this already, but I can't remember what you said. How long ago was the shed installed?
It was put in February.
So February of this year?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll just ask a quick question, Mr. Van Horn.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you contact the city before you had this erected or placed on?
That was not me. That was my fault. I actually did the research on it to find out where the setbacks were, where it needed to be, and I was under the impression that we did not need a permit for it. So that was, it's a first-time homeowner. It's my fault, and I'll take responsibility for that. So, but I did do the research to make sure I needed the 24-inch rat wall. I needed the 6 to 7 foot setback, 30 feet from the road. So I did do the research to make sure we put it in the right spot, but I didn't know, being on a corner lot, that we did have 2 front yards. I just assumed that was a backyard. So that was on me, and I, apologize.
Okay. You don't need to apologize to me. We're just trying to get the facts here.
Sure.
Any other member of the board? Yes, Mr. Bosenbrook.
Mr. Van Horn, can you just, I appreciate your presentation and your the packet you submitted, but can you maybe speak to, we have we talked about it at length at some of the earlier cases, the 5 characteristics or 5 elements that we need to look at as a board to determine if there's practical difficulties. Are there any, have you had a chance to review those? Can you speak to any of those and how that might apply to your variance request here?
Well, I guess the only difficulty was just the design of the backyard and the way it's set up with our new fencing, and with the screening of all the landscaping. It's basically set back and it's created a backyard approach. I know it's technically considered a front yard, but if you look at the pictures and you look at the way we set up the landscaping, it is set up as more of a backyard. So I guess hopefully does that answer your question?
Yes and no. I think I'm just looking to understand sort of, and we've been through this in different appeals. I guess, what is it that, understand it was a first-time homeowner error, and I've made plenty of those myself, but in terms of what the specific criteria we have to look at, to figure out if what makes this particular case different than the other, 50 cases that we might get where there's maybe an accidental placement of a shed or something like that, kind of what those things are that are unique to your property.
I guess the most unique thing is it being two front yards, is being that it is it's set up as a corner lot. So that is technically considered the front yard, but with the way the landscaping has been and then the yard has been redesigned, it is, if anybody looked at it, they would look at it as considering the backyard, I guess. I mean, so that would be just the different characteristics of the property based on other properties in the subdivision, I guess I should say.
Okay, thank you.
Another member of the board. Okay, we are going to open up the public hearing / communications. So Ms. Ferenz, Can you please share with us any information you have from the public?
Okay, one moment.
Sure.
All right, I'll begin reading.
Please.
This comment is from, I'll spell the last name, I'll spell their name. K-A-J is the first name. Last name is O-S-T-E-R-G-A-A-R-D, President of the Shallowbrook Subdivision Homeowners Association. This comment is in regards to the public hearing notice for 1086 Shallowdale to be reviewed at the hearing on November 17th, 2020. I'm writing to inform you that the shed is in violation of the subdivision restrictive covenant agreement. It states that E, no outbuilding or temporary structures of any nature, including without limitation, trailers, tents, shacks, garages, or barns shall be constructed or placed upon said premises prior to commencement of construction of the single-family residence structure, nor shall the same be used as a residence or dwelling at any time on any lot. No trailer, boat, or mobile home shall be stored or placed upon any lot unless completely enclosed in the garage or residence structure. No outbuilding or temporary structure of any nature shall be erected or placed upon any lot. The subdivision board of directors sent a letter to the homeowner on 3/31/2020 requesting the removal of the shed. The attached file. They included their letter to Mr. and Mrs. Van Horn, 1086 Shallowdale. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Van Horn, it has come to our attention that you have erected an outbuilding on your property. Unfortunately, that is in violation of the restrictive covenant agreement that is one of the documents that govern our subdivision. Your property is lot 167 and is included in the list of lots governed by the agreement, reference section 1. You are specifically in violation of section 2E. No outbuilding or temporary structures of any nature, including without limitation, trailers, tents, shacks, garages, or barns shall be constructed or placed upon said premises prior to commencement of construction of the single-family residence structure, nor shall the same be used as a residence or dwelling at any time on any lot. No trailer, boat, or mobile home shall be stored or placed upon any lot unless completely enclosed in a garage or residence structure. No outbuilding or temporary structure of any nature shall be erected or placed upon any lot. In case you don't have access to your copy of the governing documents, also known as the subdivision manual, an extra set is enclosed. We request that you remove the outbuilding as soon as possible, no later than 5/31/2020. If you have any questions, feel free to contact the board via email at shallowbrooktroy@gmail.com. Signed, the Shallowbrook Subdivision Homeowner Association Board of Directors, Kaj Ostergaard, President. This is from Anwar Hussain at Hussain. Good evening. My name is Anwar and I'm emailing in regards to a neighbor across my home. Their address is 1086 Shallowdale. I have known this young couple for the past 10 years and not once have I had an issue with them. They are great, friendly people who take care of their home consistently and have never caused a problem. Recently, they have set up some fencing around their home, which has not affected us at all. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me via email or phone. Best regards, Anwar Hussain. This is from PASHK and DJUSTA, last name LASKAJ of 1083 Shallowdale Drive. To whomever this may concern, I am the neighbor right across from 1086 Shallowdale. They have recently built a beautiful shed in their backyard. I have heard that this has brought up concern. As the neighbor, the shed is 100% okay between me and my household. It is entirely in the rear of their house. Not sure why the statement mailed to my house thinks that Brian has built it in his front yard. Brian is such a generous and amazing neighbor. He never causes any trouble. Please take into consideration for the meeting taking place on November 17th. Sincerely, Ashk and Jetsa Lassa. I'm sorry. I won't attempt that last name, Laskaj.
Okay.
This is signed Mark and Beth Lenz, Lenz of 1099 Shadow Drive. Hello, we were surprised to receive a public hearing notice that our neighbors at 1086 Shallowdale need a variance for a shed. The notice states that it was constructed in their front yard. We live adjacent to these neighbors and have seen their shed. It is most certainly not in their front yard. It is located in the back of the rear yard. We would also like to add that their shed is an attractive, well-built structure. It is obvious these neighbors value their property and their neighborhood, and they work hard to keep their yard well maintained. Please feel free to contact us should you need further comments or have questions. Sincerely, Mark and Beth Lenz. This is signed Kaj Ostergaard, Ostergaard of 4570 Clark Drive. City of Troy Zoning Board of Appeals. This comment is in regards to the public hearing notice for 1086 Shallowdale to be reviewed at the hearing on November 17th, 2020. Even though I am the president of Shallowbrook Subdivision Association, I'm submitting this comment as my personal observations, not on behalf of the association or its board. What I can tell, we have a person that built a shed in violation of the zoning ordinance, and now he is requesting a variance. The only justification that I'm aware of is that compliance would be inconvenient and cost money. If that is sufficient for granting a variance, I can't see why we have a zoning ordinance. I ask that you deny the variance request. By the way, not having taken any measurements, but it looks like the shed is built right up against the rear lot line. That would be a violation as well. Thanks, Kaj Ostergaard of 4570 Clark Drive. This is from Henry Uban, U-B-A-N, II. To whom it may concern. Hello, my name is Henry, and I live at 1100 Shallowdale, next to the Van Horns. As neighbors, I have gotten to know Brian, Tanya, Maya, and their dog Jack for the last several years. They are a wonderful family, very friendly, sociable, caring, and hardworking, to name a few qualities. As you may have noticed, they've planted tall shrubs and trees along the front and side of their property. I believe they did this to not only help conceal their privacy fence, but also enhance their property with landscaping. Clearly, the trees and shrubs are great for the environment too. Having mentioned the above, I do not see any issue with their personal shed situated in their backyard. I have noticed sheds on other properties as I've driven by in the subdivision. I believe there is a more serious issue we are going through during this time, the pandemic. Thank you and stay safe. Sincerely, Henry C. Uben II. That concludes the public comments.
Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the board table for further discussion, further inquiries of staff, or a possible resolution by a board member. Mr. Green.
I actually have a question for Mr. McCauley. As a member of the Homeowners Association board, wearing that hat, not as you are here tonight specifically, what was your determination at that time?
Basically, our covenant agreement says no sheds. There are some that are grandfathered in the covenant agreement. I believe there's 12 of them. In his petition, he cited 7 of them that are grandfathered. And then there's a few that are not, that have been placed in our subdivision. The problem is that prior boards have not enforced sheds. So because of it, we have no avenue of taking them to court to remove them. We did take a homeowner to court back in 2015 to remove a shed out of an open space area, because that's something that we could still be able to go into court to win. But we know that there's no sheds, so we tell homeowners when they put a shed in, it's against our bylaws. You can't put a shed in. We want you to remove it. But unfortunately, when push comes to shove, we don't have the avenue to enforce it. So whoever contacted the city on this, basically, we were not aware that it was in the front yard. I think the concern was how close it was to the rear fence. That was alluded to in Mr. Oshagard's email. And when I went out and looked at the shed up close on Monday, I took a measurement, and the shed is only 30 inches away from the back fence. So even that is, again, I don't know if the fence is placed in the right spot or not. It kind of has a zigzag in it, and I took it from the back fence. So from that standpoint, it is, I don't know where the property line is.
It's farther back.
I know where the fence is. So from that standpoint, so from our standpoint, this is in violation of our homeowners, and also it's in violation of the city front yard. So I don't know what to tell you other than that, because this just doesn't fit.
Just as a final note, from my perspective, in my tenure on the board, I have seen you be impartial regardless, and part of the point of this board is to be literally, it's somewhere in the charter, I think, like your neighbors. So discussing as we are supposed to be the community, I don't personally see an issue with Mr. McCauley voting on this either. That's it.
Okay. Another member of the board. I'm going to ask Mr. Van Horn, I think, an obvious question from this previous conversation that just happened. Where exactly is the property line?
So the reason,
back.
Yep. So to answer that question, so if where the fence is located is actually about six feet into my yard. So there's a line of trees behind there that my previous neighbor, before we moved in, he put a line of trees behind he put pine trees basically right on the property line. So knowing that those trees have gotten, in the last 15 years have gotten much bigger. So instead of cutting those trees down, which actually, I like the trees, they provide good screening between me and my neighbor. I decided not to cut those. I just put the fence closer towards my yard versus, having to knock those trees down. If I put it right on the property line, I would have had to take all the trees down, which would have defeated the whole screening of the trees to begin with. So there is a 7 foot between the back of the shed and the property line.
Okay. Thank you. Another member of the board. Seeing that nobody wants to be recognized, we are going to ask if anyone wants to introduce a resolution. Good, bad, or indifferent. Trying to keep the trains running on time here, folks. Mr. McCauley.
I would like the various requests for, I want to get this right, for Brian Van Horn of 1086 Shallowdale, the request for the shed, the request for the zoning ordinance that requires to be placed in the rear yard, that variance to not have to move it. I would like to make the motion to deny that request based on this is of a personal nature, that it also is, I'm reading these, my eyes are getting tired, and also that there's no exceptional characteristics of the yard that would cause him not to move it, and that the characteristics that make compliance with dimensional requirements difficult have not been created by the current or previous owner. It is created by the owner as he put the shed in the front yard setback and not the rear yard setback.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. McCauley. Mr. Green seconds. Okay. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Eisenbacher.
I don't agree that this is of a personal nature because sheds are a common thing that many homeowners want. But I do believe that Section E The first sentence, the proposed variance will not be harmful or alter the essential character of the area in which the property is located. I feel that any time we have something that's against a homeowners association, it violates that statement. Because the bylaws of the association, the rules of the association are difficult for the association themselves to enforce. And that statement preserves the intent of the association bylaws. That's it.
All right. Any other discussion? Is that Mr. Green?
Just briefly, I would actually say that the property does have somewhat unique characteristics in that it is a corner lot. The vast majority of properties aren't corner lots. And so having two front yards makes it a bit unique. Unfortunately, as has been noted, and while it is, we'll call it a rookie mistake, it is very much of the homeowner's own making, and does, as Mr. Eisenbacher says, violate the spirit of that particular point and the letter of his homeowners association. Despite it does look totally fine to me visually, and clearly most of the neighbors don't have an issue. The immediate neighbors don't either. I will also be voting against this.
All right. For my input, I'm sensitive about our zoning ordinances, that they be adhered to, but I don't oftentimes vote in favor of a variance that would be even close to this, but it is a unique or irregular shaped, for lack of an expression, irregular shaped lot. And I can't imagine, my personal opinion is this, Mr. Van Horn and the rest of Troy residents who buy corner lots, what were you thinking? I mean, someone's got to live there, but it makes things like this very difficult. And so I would say, because it's definitely coming with its own set of problems, because it is a corner lot, which was not the making of Mr. Van Horn. He didn't change it from a regular lot to a corner lot. But of course he bought it with that understanding. I would just say the screening sounds like the quality of workmanship that went into it, and the fact that like that one communication that we heard from a neighbor, she thought that it was in the backyard because it looks like it's in the backyard. So I'm going to vote against the resolution. I respect Mr. McCauley. He certainly knows a lot about this, but I'm going to vote in favor of the property owner. So I'm going to vote no, and we'll get to that. Yes means no and no means yes here in just a second. Let me see if there are any other colleagues who'd like to address our other colleagues. Anyone? Okay, we're prepared for a vote, Ms. Friends. And so the Macaulay Green resolution is wanting to deny the property owner the variance. So if you are essentially opposed to the shed, you're going to vote yes. So no means yes. And then if you're opposed to the resolution to reject the variance, you're going to vote no. Does that make sense?
No. If you don't want the shed, vote. If you don't want the shed, vote yes. If you're in favor of the shed, vote no.
Yes. Good summation. Sounds like a school teacher. So I think we're prepared for a vote.
Mr. Green?
You're muted.
You went silent.
You must be glad. No.
You know
Mr.
that means
Desmond?
Please go on. Proceed.
Yes.
Who said yes?
You know
Yes.
what? You're right. It's too late.
Okay. Mr. Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Rahman,
No.
Mr. Clark,
No.
Mr. Bossenbrook.
Yes.
4 yes, 3 no.
A resolution passes. So, Mr. Van Horn, you can speak to Mr. Evans during regular business hours if you have any questions. I don't know where and how you proceed, but that's not our board's business in that regard. We've taken care of everything we can take care of tonight for you, and have a good night.
Thank you.
We are moving on to item number E, related to 2540 Kingston. Mr. Evans, please present to us on this matter. We can't hear you.
Bob, if you could make Paul Evans the presenter, please.
Does anyone need a break?
Clearly, I do.
Okay, can we do this like in 5 minutes or less? And is it okay if we have quorum of 4, we can just start and people can dump in when they do? We won't take any votes before that. Is it okay? Or do you want a hard time? 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes. We're gonna do
5 minutes is good.
Okay, very good. It's 11 o'clock right here. How do I do this? So 11:05, here we go. Off to the races. So, Mr. Evans, can you address us on?
Ready when you are,
2540?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans, you can go.
Yep. All right. And this is for property at 2540 Kingston. This is a variance request to replace an existing sunroom with a new one that'll be 36.9 feet from the rear property line. The zoning ordinance requires the addition to be at least 40 feet from the rear property line. The proposed replacement structure will be the same size as the existing. The subject property on Kingston is in a neighborhood south of Big Beaver and west of Coolidge Highway. Specifically, it's on the corner of Kingston and Essex. And all the property in the area is zoned in use for single-family residential. There's a close-up of the property. This is the existing sunroof room that is proposed to be replaced. And that's what the new one will look like if approved. I'm going to zoom in on the survey here that they had done. And the sunroom is proposed to be just under 37, just a little more, 36.9 feet from the rear property line. The ordinance requires 40 feet. And the city did locate a record of the existing sunroof being in that location, and that's from 1986. Did I say sunroof? Sunroom. And the challenge that we have found is that the permit was issued and inspections were done. Everything was approved. There's no indication that there was a variance. We're not aware at the city of any zoning changes to the property. And I know over the decades, it has been important for the city to try to maintain and not change required setbacks for single-family residential districts. And the main reason for that is the majority of property in Troy is used for single-family. When you start changing setbacks, depending on what you do, you could create a lot of nonconformities and have some unintended consequences. So that's a little background behind why what is there now is there, and that it appears that it's not in the proper setback, but what the applicant wants to do is simply put in something new in the same place of where the existing is. So I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
Is there a member of the board who'd like to speak with Mr. Evans? Posing a question? This kind of perplexes me, Paul, because it's like a quarter for a quarter. Both are quarters, you know. But it's because it was never adopted as an official ordinance. Is that what you're saying? To allow it to be there?
No, it's just not clear from the record how a structure was approved in a location that it appears shouldn't have been, because we're not aware that the ordinance has changed. So the 40-foot setback, presumably, I think reasonably presumably, was in place back in '86, and everything indicates that the powers that be, I think might just happen is the power that be just thought they were doing the right thing. Maybe there was an error, but I don't want to over-speculate on what happened in 1986. But we just don't have the answer as to why what is there now is too close to the back property
line. Okay. Another member of the board, Eisenbacher.
Yeah, the thing that surprised me is going through all the records in the old building permit and stuff is there was nothing for size until I got to page 117, the building permit. And it listed exactly the size, 18 feet wide, 11 feet deep, 10 feet high. So the T's weren't crossed and the I's weren't dotted, and the math done for how much that would impact the setback back in 1986, it appears.
Okay, another member of the board. Okay, what we're going to do is bring it to the petitioners. Please, folks, if you can identify, I think you're both listed. So identify your names and the address that you are here about and your relationship to the property.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I am John Zapatowski and my wife Laura Zapatowski. We're at 2540 Kingston Drive, and we appreciate the time tonight.
Are you the property owners?
We are the property owners.
Yes, for 22 years.
Yes.
The room was constructed, before, when we bought the home, it was there. It's 34 years old.
Okay.
So I guess the things that we wanted to really point out is right now, the sunroom that we have needs to be replaced. We've got cracked glass. There's a couple pictures that we included. It's not safe. And one day we're going to go out there and the glass is going to be broken. And we've got one picture where it's double glass, double walled. The inside wall broke. One that's above our table. We've got layers of shipping tape holding the glass in. So it is definitely a safety hazard for us. So we need to replace it. So we looked at putting a roof over it and making it's exactly the same footing, exactly the same size. So we're not changing anything as far as any dimensions that would be on the lot. And we just need to make it a safer structure for us. And that's really and then once we got involved with some builders, one of the sharp builders said, I think you got an issue here with the setback. And so then we got the survey done, which we found out then it was. So what we did is we approached all of our neighbors and we included a signed petition by all neighbors. We included a little diagram that shows it's all of the neighbors surrounding our house. Anybody who has visual to our back property has signed off and approved that we could move forward with this.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's it. We don't want to take up any more of your time.
Okay, thank you. I'm opening it up to my board colleagues to see if anyone has a question for you directly. Mr. Green.
Just a very quick one. I see there's two pictures of what appear to be sunrooms or Florida rooms. Is the first one your current and the second one a planned one, or?
Yes.
Yes. The all glass one is the current one, and the one that has a roof on it is the proposed one.
And I assume it's a neighbor's or something similar? Or is that like a Photoshop structure?
Yeah, it's a Photoshop. We had someone do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we had someone do that.
I hadn't zoomed in enough. Got it. Well, it looks good. Thank you. That's it.
All right, someone else. Other member of the board. Okay, if not, we are going to move on to communications and the public hearing. And I don't see, there's friends.
Hello.
Do you have anything for us?
Just one. This is from Amy and Jim. Their last name is spelled Dulgerian of 2509 Warwick Drive. We fully support the property owners at 2540 Kingston. Their request to extend beyond the 40-foot distance from the property line should be approved. We are 20-plus year residents of Buckingham Woods, and our property is several houses away. The backyards connect down the street. And that is it.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So we bring it back to the board table for any further discussion. Mr. Evans. Yes.
And if I could just note on pages 110 and 111 of the agenda packet, there are many names in support of this, page and a half of names, addresses, and dates they signed.
Very good. Well, I forgot to close out public hearing, but I'm going to close it out now. Mr. Bosenbrook.
So we are in the discussion period now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just wanted to say I support approving the variance request. I'm looking at the criteria, and 3 of them jump out at me as being the most prominent. One is letter B. Obviously, this pertains to the property. This property. Letter D. This seems to me to clearly not be anything having to do. The issue is not created by any of the current property owners or previous owners. And as to the fifth criteria, I mean, it's been here for 34 years. And obviously from my perspective, does not in any way harm the property, alter its essential character. And I guess as you can see through all the support they've had from neighbors and people around them, no one seems to have an issue with it. So I'm in favor of approving this variance request.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbrook. Another member of the board, Mr. Green.
I am also in favor of approving. I could read into the record the statement of practical difficulty provided by the petitioners as my reasoning. It does an excellent job of covering all the bases as to our requirements. So it could work. But it really clearly throws into sharp relief how exactly this, like one of our other requests this evening, this is exactly what we're here for. This was already here. It looks like the city made an oops. We can just codify that to make it easier on the homeowners to continue as they are in the home that they have spent so much time in a safe manner that is good for the neighborhood around them. And clearly their neighbors have zero issue whatsoever. So with that said, I would like to I would like to make a resolution to approve the request as printed.
Support. Who is the second?
Second, Desmond.
Mr. Desmond. Okay. So the Green Desmond resolution is in favor of the petitioner's application, but Mr. Green, I don't think there was a resolution printed.
Sorry, no. I am in support of approving as submitted, the request. I'm in favor of approving the request as submitted.
I thought you moved to approve. Wait a minute.
I want to approve a variance.
I understand what you're saying. Mr. Motzny, can I ask you for a second? Before we go to discussion, do the author and co-author of a resolution have to provide any substance as to why they're trying to move approval, or is a resolution in favor of the petitioner's request good enough?
Well, if you adopt the practical difficulty statement of the petitioner, as I believe Mr. Green did, that would be a sufficient basis for approval.
Very good. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. So now we move into discussion period. Since there's a resolution that's been properly moved and seconded, any member of the board who would like to discuss the motion? Second call for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. Ferenc, we are ready to rock and roll.
Mr. Desmond?
Yes.
Mr. Eisenbacher?
Yes.
Mr. McCauley?
Yes.
Mr. Bassenbrook?
Yes.
Mr. Rahman?
Yes.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
And Mr. Green?
Yes.
Resolution passes. Congratulations, young lady and young gentleman. You enjoy your coming summer in that sunroom. You're going to have a lot of fun, I'm sure. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Item F, can I just ask before we move forward on item F, is there somebody on the call that is here on this matter? Second call for item F, if you are.
They're here.
Oh, you're here. Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure because I had a proposal for these last two if we didn't have anybody present. Okay, so we are now going to move on to 3910 Forge. Item F. Mr. Evans, can you present to us, please, on this matter?
You're muted, sir.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Paul.
There.
This is for property at 3910 Forge to construct a home addition 27.5 feet from the rear property line. The zoning ordinance requires the addition to be at least 40 feet from the rear property line. Subject property is located in a residential neighborhood south of Waddles and east of John R. It's on the east side of Forge. The subject property and all property in the area is owned and used single-family residential, or it's. There's a close-up of the subject property. And this is just some illustrations that and architectural designs that the applicants provided to give the board an idea of what the finished product will look like. This is the site plan, and the dark area is the proposed addition. And as indicated in the summary, it's going to be, if granted, it'll be 27.5 feet from the rear property line where the ordinance requires a 40-foot rear setback. I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Evans? Mr. Eisenbacher?
The property to the rear, that very long, slender property, is that a drainage? Drainage way?
I believe so. Yeah, that's certainly, I think it is part of the Drain Commission. I know for certain it's not privately owned or that it could be developed.
Okay, so the setback in that direction is not against another neighbor, it's against an open space and then a neighbor. Okay, thank you.
That's an accurate statement, yes.
Another member of the board? Okay, we are going to bring the petitioners forward. So if you could identify yourself and your relationship to the property in question. I see there are two people listed. So if both are on the call, they should both identify themselves. If there's only one of the two here, just you can represent yourself.
Yeah, hi, I'm Louis Messina. I'm the owner. This took a little longer than usual, so my wife had to go let the dogs out. So she's not here. But I'm here with Eric, the architect that helped me draw up this addition.
Yeah, Eric Hunter from Collier, with the design firm.
Very good. Well, welcome, gentlemen. Do you want to address why we should consider giving you a variance tonight?
Yeah, I'll have you start first.
Well, basically, I've been a resident here in this house for 31 years. I have a very good relationship with my neighbors. I enjoy being there. In this time, I have an older daughter that's disabled with a kidney problem, and we were looking to make the bedrooms larger to help take care of her in the future. It's a 3-bedroom ranch, and the bedrooms are smaller. One of them was only 10 by 11. So we thought there was a deck and a pool on the house since we've been there. We took it down and then thought about putting this addition on to help accommodate her future needs.
Yeah, and the addition is for her, which is kind of a new master suite. Now, the difficulty on the lot really is that the existing house is really 42 inches from the rear yard property, which doesn't give a lot of opportunity to expand any type of an addition or renovation to the house. So that would be our practical difficulty on existing conditions, that the existing house is almost right to the rear yard setback. So that's where we're asking for I think it was a 13-foot rear yard setback.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Member of the board, Mr. Eisenbacher.
Is this residence within a flood zone because it's right next to that drain? Is that
I'm not aware of any.
okay? So basically the shallowness and the smallness of the property are the concerns in terms of our exceptional characteristics.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Another member of the board. Okay, I'll close this portion out. Thank you, everyone, and we're going to bring it back to Ms. Chair. Don't see her. Jackie?
Sorry, I'm here.
There you go.
I think fell out. Sorry, my thing fell out.
Do we have any communications on this?
There are no public comments submitted for this case.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, at this point, I'll open the public hearing, and now I'm going to close the public hearing. So we bring it back to the board table for discussion or possible action. Any member of the board? This one may be our fastest one of the evening. Mr. McCauley.
The only thing I'm going to say is, other than the last item that we did, and that was replacing an existing item that was in place, if you look at my history on voting on these things, I am not a proponent of violating our zoning ordinances. They're there for a reason. I understand the need of the family, and I sympathize with the fact that you have a daughter that will need some extra medical care. But that's relatively to you, and it's a personal nature of you. It's not to the property. The next owner of this home might not want that. They might want more backyard. There's no other additions going down that street that I observed or saw. My personal observation is if this came to a vote, I would vote against it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McCauley. Is there another member of the board who would like to be addressed your colleagues? Mr. Eisenbach.
I have a practical question for the petitioner. Is there a reason you can't go with a second floor as opposed to going into the backyard?
Well, it's just, we honestly thought about that, but just having to deal with going up and down the stairs as obviously we get older and, she's getting older. We thought that would be really hard to deal with.
Not practical.
Okay.
And a lot of the houses down there are ranches. So it would look a little odd as, full ranch to actually put kind of a portion of a second floor on to really make it look uniform.
And then if you look at where the house sits, my closest neighbor, even behind me, because of the easement from the access to the retention pond, is probably 400 feet. So it's not like I'm really encroaching on anybody behind me.
Mm-hmm. He has to talk to his neighbors too.
And all my neighbors like the idea. We've been there 31 years. They all love us. They watched our children grow up. And my wife and I really just don't want to move. We'd like to stay there and retire there.
Okay. I think it's reasonable to say that you'd like to stay in a ranch home because there's been lots of discussion within the community about the need for more ranch homes, but everything being built is being built as a colonial, pretty much. Could you expand more? Who owns the property behind you? Is it a drainage ditch or is it a retention pond?
It's actually an access to a retention pond. I don't think is in my 30 years has ever taken on water.
Oh.
It's like a
I'm gonna look
spillway.
up to see if I can figure out who owns that.
I think the city sends somebody out there to cut the grass. I know that. All the neighbors that butt up against it, we all kind of put fertilizer out there and keep it green. It actually was gravel at one time when we first moved in there.
Okay, I yield.
Mr. Green.
Is along the same lines, and I know there's certainly front yard requirements, but is there a reason not to build forward, eating what looks like a little bit of the driveway and the walk up, but in order to stay within the current footprint, or at least within zoning requirements?
Yeah, well, we didn't really consider on the front only because it would kind of create a large courtyard in the front, and it would be more of a huge renovation undertaking on the addition, and especially with how the original house looks from front. And how the existing floor plan is, it kind of warrants really the backyard.
Satisfied, Mr. Green?
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Bosenbrook?
Thank you. Two quick questions. One is, and I apologize if you've already been asked this, but in terms of your immediately surrounding neighbors, did you solicit them for any feedback on this addition? And also, looking at one of the overhead photos, it looks like do you currently have like a deck and a porch or a pool in the backyard? And is that something that you're going to be taking out, or am I looking at the wrong picture?
No, that deck and pool was there. It's been there since we got the house. We just recently tore it down.
Okay.
Because it just got so dilapidated. But the deck actually, my kids grew up and used that pool. It took up the whole yard. So whenever they put it up, they probably never pulled a permit or anything. But all my neighbors, I've talked to my neighbors all around me. They have no problems. The pool is gone. Yeah, the pool is gone now. There's nothing behind the house.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other member of the board? Okay. Someone like to take possible action on this? Is there a forthcoming resolution? Mr. Eisenbach.
I will propose something and see if it has a second. I would like to make a motion for approval based on the statement of practical difficulty A for the narrowness, the shallowness and the smallness of the property. B, it's for this particular property. It's not for a different property. C, characteristics makes compliance with the dimensional requirements is not of a personal nature. It's a simple need for more space in a home that's common throughout the community. D, the characteristic was not created by the current or the previous owner. And E, it is not harmful or alter the essential character of the area in which the property is located, or nor will impact the adequate supply of air and light to the adjacent property, or unreasonably increase the congestion, or increase the danger of fire or endangering the public safety, or unreasonably diminish or impair established property values within the surrounding area, or in any other respect impair the public health, safety, comfort, morals, or welfare of the inhabitants of the city.
I'll second that.
Moved by Eisenbacher, is that seconded by Desmond for approval of the applicant's request? Is there discussion? I would like just to discuss for a second. I really have to agree with Mr. McCauley. We have zoning because we have to have a set of rules for safety and general aesthetics for the community. And even though the backdoor neighbor really doesn't exist, there's a want here. I don't see a practical difficulty. I mean, I just can't put my finger on even one practical difficulty. So I have to disagree with Mr. Eisenbacher. But it seems like the question about building forward seems like it's a possibility to alleviate that. There might be a greater expense. That's not our, that's not our concern. We don't factor in finances in what we do here on the zoning board. So I think it's noble what the Messinas want to do by taking care of a daughter and so forth, but I think there might be a different option. And so I will be voting no on the resolution. Another member of the board. See none, Ms. Friends, we are prepared for a vote, I believe.
Okay. Mr. Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
No.
Mr. Green,
No.
Mr. Rahman,
No.
Mr. Clark,
No.
Mr. Bossenbrook,
No.
Mr. Desmond.
Yes.
5 against.
The resolution fails, and I hope to see you, Mr. Messina, in front of the board again. Plan to do what you need to accomplish. You have a good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
Point of order.
Yes.
Usually we have to have a passing resolution. Either it approve, deny, or postpone. We don't have any of those right now.
We denied the applicant's request.
We turned down an approval.
Right.
Not the same.
Which is the same as rejecting an applicant's request. We've never
We
had
rejected.
2 votes. Never done it before.
I think another motion's coming.
Mr. Mosny, please address Mr. Eisenbacher's, in my opinion, unfounded concern.
The a vote to approve a variance that fails is a denial. So there's no need for another vote.
Correct. So as the ruling, so if you want, Mr. Eisenbacher, I'll make a ruling from the chairman that your desire for that motion is not appropriate.
Accept.
Okay. You're a good man. So what I want to do is ask really quickly Is there a person on the call with us here tonight for item G related to, what is it? Vacant Black Oak Park parcel. 882011-226-004. Is there someone there? Oh, there he is.
Ollie's been hiding.
I haven't seen you all night, so I didn't know that there was someone on here. Okay, we will take action. If you weren't here, I was gonna propose to my colleagues that we postpone so you could be here, to explain your application. But we don't need to worry about that now. So Mr. Evans, I already addressed the parcel in question. Could you please address the board on this matter?
Certainly, Bob. Could you make Paul Evans the presenter? The subject property is adjacent to Black Oak, and it's a variance to split a property. In order to split a property into 3 properties, 2 of the properties are proposed to have lot width and frontages each of 30 feet. The third proposed parcel will have 0 lot width and frontage. The zoning ordinance requires each property to have 85 feet of both lot width and lot frontage. The subject property is located in the area south of Square Lake and west of John R. There you have Oak Forest. That's the Stubb Street Oak Forest. This is the subject property here. And everything you see in the picture, with the exception of this neighborhood note, is zoned single-family residential, including the subject property. The applicants provided us a schematic of what they want to do. Lot 1 and Lot 2, because they are on Black Oak, they would have a width of 30 feet each. And Lot 3, the width and frontage of 30 feet each. Lot 3 is not adjacent to any roadways and therefore does not have any proposed lot width and frontage. I'll turn it back.
Where's lot 3 located? I apologize.
That's okay. That's why we're here. So lot 3 is east of lot 2 and adjacent. So it's not blue, but I'm going to outline it here with my pointer. So this is lot 3, all this here.
And that would landlock that lot?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Evans, are you complete with what you're presenting to us?
I am. Thank you. Yes, I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, sir. Any board member for Mr. Evans? Okay, we are going to turn it over to the petitioner. Can you identify yourself and your relationship to the parcel in question?
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ali Abahidian, and I am the applicant for this variance request tonight.
Very good. Welcome. You want to tell us why we should consider your variance request?
Sure. I just want to briefly present this variance request to the board and how all 5 practical difficulty requirements are met. The request is for a variance for lot frontage for lot 1, 2, and 3 as shown in drawing 1. That was shown by Mr. Evans in the agenda packet. The history of this property and technical details of the variance request are also part of the agenda. I'd like to address an email that was sent by the director of the assessing department, Mr. Lepari, and Mr. Evans on September 20th, 2020. Although the existing 6-acre parcel has an ingress, egress, and public utility easement out to John R., it's considered an existing non-conforming parcel because it doesn't have direct frontage on John R. I'd like to point out 3 facts about non-conforming parcels. Number 1, Article 14 of the zoning ordinance addresses the issue of non-conforming parcels, and nowhere in section 14.02 of this article or anywhere else in the zoning ordinance for the matter is splitting non-conforming parcels prohibited. Number two, the fact that this 6-acre parcel is being reduced in size from 6 acres to actually 3 acres means that the nonconformity is also being reduced. Reduction of nonconformity is sometimes it is something that the zoning ordinance welcomes, and so does the city. And number three, the existing 6-acre parcel will never get developed into a standard subdivision as incorrectly assumed as a possible future development. And the main reason behind that is because of vast amount of wetland on this property. The westerly 3 acres that comprise lot 1 and 2 for tonight's variance request are almost 40% wetland. This virtually prevents this parcel from having the typical density of 6 to 8 homes that would otherwise be possible without the wetland. Next, I'd like to just briefly discuss the compliance with the International Fire Code. Back in August of this year, I submitted drawings of this proposal to the Troy Fire Department. The response I received back from Lieutenant Kaloya was that the existing geometry of Black Oak Drive meets all the standards of the International Fire Code, and no modifications are needed if this variance request is granted as proposed. And lastly, I'd like to address the most important part, which is the practical difficulties related to this request. Little interpretation of the dimensional requirements would involve practical difficulties resulting from exceptional characteristics of the subject property, namely the available road frontage for lots 1, 2, and 3. These characteristics relate directly to the property itself and are not of a personal nature. These characteristics were not created by the current owner or the previous owner. The characteristics were actually created by the construction of Black Oak Drive, which provided access and frontage to the subject property when the development was built in there about 4 or 5 years ago. The subject property is also unique because of the significant areas of irregular shaped wetland located throughout lots 1, 2, and 3. Almost 40% of lots 1 and 2 are considered wetland. This natural vegetation, another exceptional characteristic of the property, must be protected per state regulatory requirements. Compliance with the lot frontage is unnecessarily burdensome. The requested variance provides sufficient frontage on the public road without compromising safe access for lots 1 and 2, and lot 3 will continue to have ingress and egress and the utility easement as it exists today. The proposed variance will not alter the essential character of the surrounding area or otherwise result in any harmful or negative consequences. Quite the contrary, by granting the variance, the protection of the wooded and wetland areas will be maximized by minimizing the footprint of the impervious pavement footprint needed to access both lots directly from the end of Black Oak Drive. The granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance. The proposed variance will not impair the supply of air or light, will not unnecessarily, unreasonably increase traffic congestion, and will not increase the danger of fire or endanger public safety, and in no way will be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the general welfare. There's no practical considerations that support a literal enforcement of the lot frontage requirement in this instance, and granting the variance request will serve the interest of justice. And in conclusion, I want to mention that I will face practical difficulties if the lot frontage requirements is enforced literally as a result of the exceptional characteristics of this property. And by granting the variance, the requested variance, the spirit of the ordinance will be observed and the surrounding area will not be negatively impacted and substantial justice will be done. And for all these reasons, I respectfully request that the Zoning Board of Appeals grant this variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a member of the board for this petitioner? Mr. Green.
I just wanted to clarify something. If I heard you correctly, the cause of the practical difficulty to some extent was in fact the construction of the road that would, if extended to a private drive, allow for these properties. I think I must have, I either misheard you or something. Can you clarify?
So one of the reasons of the practical difficulty is that the actual development that was there brought that Black Oak Drive all the way to the property as a dead end and not as a cul-de-sac. So if there would have been a cul-de-sac, it would have provided the necessary frontage, but the way it is now, It's just a dead end that has a 60-foot right of way. And what I'm proposing and requesting a variance for is to provide half of that 60-foot right of way, 30 feet to each one of the lots. So 30 feet is frontage to the lot 1 and 30 feet is frontage to lot 2. And that provides adequate access for the private driveways to continue on each lot as access.
Do you know the reason for not extending it at that time into a cul-de-sac?
I don't know. I can't speak to that.
And are lot 1 and lot 2 substantially on wetland, or is that really lot 3?
No, actually, the majority of wetland, lots 1 and 2 are 40%, approximately 40% of the lots are wetland. And the lot 3 is about, I'd say 20-25% wetland as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
Another member, Mr. McCall.
So Black Forest original development didn't own that property, so the sub-street stopped at where their property ended. Is that correct?
Correct. They never owned that property.
Okay, so that's why there was no cul-de-sac. Secondly, did you submit a study for wetland study so that way we can see what areas are considered wetlands, or is that not included in your application? Do you have that done?
That was the wetland. I didn't submit a study for wetland study to be done there, but there has been a wetland survey done by DEQ for the existing owner of the property. They have that survey. So there is, if Mr. Evans pulls up the map, I can, drawing number 1, I can show the general areas of where the wetland is on the property.
No need. Thank you.
Sure.
Another member. All right, we are going to close this portion out. I'm going to open up the public hearing / communications with Ms. Ferenz, and she's going to share with us if we have anything to share to the world.
There have been no public comments submitted.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So we bring it back to the board table for possible action, further discussion, and so forth. As a member of the board, would like to be recognized. Mr. Eisenbacher.
The analysis of the practical difficulties that Mr. Apahilian went through on page 149 of our agenda packet seems to be pretty straightforward. When I first read through this, it didn't make sense why a subdivision wasn't going in on this property, just like the one to the south. But obviously wetlands are the limitation. Very small amount of the property is useful. And this is where the stub street was provided during the development. So it makes sense to use what part of the property is usable by the property owner.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. McCauley.
Say anything.
Okay. Mr. Green.
I'm looking in the packet, and I don't know if this qualifies as comment since there wasn't any technically, but we've got notes from one of the city assessors noting that, the easterly parcel should not be split off at all until future development allows it. This is a non-conforming parcel that predates the city's incorporation. Leaving a landlocked piece to the east does not correct the non-conformity. Not separating it corrects the issue, assuming proper ROW is installed right of way. That is following up on a thread that essentially says that the only reason the way it happened before occurred was prior to a change in the code that allowed for a driveway easement. So I'm not sure that makes it look to me like the city disagrees with your assessment, Mr. Apahilian. So I'm not sure about this plan. I'm not a fan of building into wetland either, but I'm looking at it. I'm working my way through this in my head.
Wait, can I respond to that? Or
No, you may not, sir, unless a board member wants to recall you.
If he's interested, I would be interested in hearing Mr. Apahedian's response.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
so the comment that is made in that email exchange by the assessing department is based on an assumption that that entire 6 acres is buildable, and that they're saying that a future development can be built there, which is not taken into consideration at all the wetland that exists on that property. And that's what makes that parcel completely unbuildable in a standard conventional way, because if it would be, then that stub street on Black Oak would actually just be extended another 300 feet, and then you would have 4 houses on each side, and that you would just get the extension of a subdivision the way you normally would. But that's not possible. There's just way too much wetland. So the assessing department basically is saying, well, you should just hold off until you get a full development there, and don't split it off this way just for 2 homes. But that will never happen because there's just way too much wetland there. And that's why it hasn't been developed and it hasn't been split up until now. And because I looked into that and did my due diligence, and that's the main reason. And it can never get developed. There's just way too much wetland. And the wetland isn't just isolated, like shoved into a corner. It's actually spotty wetland. So it's gonna be challenging to actually locate the exact footprint of those 2 homes, because it's not just way back in the corner or way in the back of the property. It's scattered throughout the properties, and that's what prevents the future development, as the assessor says, from ever happening on that property. And just speaking to the landlocked, I guess the issue there, that the nonconformity of that property has always been nonconforming because of that. But it does have an ingress and an easement, a 60-foot easement across the property to the east that goes all the way to John R.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else for this petitioner, Mr. McCauley and Mr. Bosenbrook?
As I look at it and then look at Mr. Licari's assessment of it, I kind of drew the same conclusion. That's why I was asking if you had any. It would have been great if you would have included any type of wetlands DEQ report to show us to support your rationale for why you wanted to have these 2 non-conforming lots and another one landlocked. But I tend to agree with Mr. Licari on this because I can see this as potentially being developed. It might take creativity. It might take some other types of things to happen, but I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of it. I don't like the way it looks. I don't think it fits what we do.
Thank you, Mr. McCauley. Anyone else? I'm sorry, Mr. Bosenbrook. Please proceed.
No, thank you. So the question I have is regarding one of the photos in your packet, drawing 1. And I think this builds off of the last couple of questions, but it has proposed house 1 and proposed house 2 drawn in there. Is that sort of a guesstimate where those are going to go? Since we don't quite know where the wetlands are in those 2 lots, or I guess how accurate is that in terms of where those 2 proposed houses would be situated based on the drawing?
So the location of where those 2 homes are actually shown on lot 1 and 2 are in areas that are not wetland currently today. So it's not just randomly placed there, but they're actually placed in areas that they were drawn in to scale. They're shown in areas that are not currently wetland.
Okay. And then you're saying that lot 3, the only way that lot 3 could be developed is through the easement going out to John R.
Correct. And that easement exists today, and it's always been there with that property.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll just say that I'm perplexed by this project. It's really hard to get your brain wrapped around it. I think there's some questions here that have yet to be answered, namely about the wetlands, where they are, how that impacts everything. I'd like to have more information on this before I vote yes. I know, I don't know, sir, how long you've been planning this. I don't know when you acquire the property. It's been more than a couple of years, correct?
No, it hasn't been a couple of years, less than that.
Okay. Because I remember talking to a bunch of residents in that area, and they knew something was going to come. I don't know what they knew, but they were all talking about it. This was 2 years ago, or I'm sorry, yeah, 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago. So I know there's a lot of residents that have concerns. I'm just kind of surprised there weren't more communications, both in favor and opposed. But I'm just very uncomfortable at this point in time. I would prefer to postpone this and have an opportunity to just chew on it, and then maybe you would bring in some more information. I don't know what I'm looking for, because this is a very complex moving operation with lots of moving parts. But I'm just, at this point in time, I'm uncomfortable voting yes. So if somebody, colleague of mine wants to propose a motion to table, I would be voting in favor of that. If there isn't a resolution to that effect coming forward, I'll be voting no. Any other member of the board? Oh, Mr. Eisenbacher.
I'd like to ask either Mr. Evans if he knows why the easement for a road wouldn't have been recognized in the discussion with the assessing department. And if Mr. Evans does not know, then I'd ask the same question to the petitioner.
Unmute.
Didn't he recognize the road easement in his response there? Let me see.
They did. No, partially. They talk about a driveway easement, but they don't talk about the John R. piece that I see.
No, he when he says the folks to the east, that's the John R. piece.
Oh.
The property that fronts John R. Well, you've got the essence of the email in front of you. Maybe the applicant can answer it. I don't have anything more to add other than what the email said.
I believe the assessing department is definitely aware of that easement, and they've actually mentioned in other communication I've had with them, and just vaguely in that email, and they're actually referencing that easement that crosses the parcel to the east of the 6 acres that is fronting on John R. So they're aware of that 60-foot easement that exists there for sure. But I'm comfortable tabling this. If you would like, I can bring you more information about the wetland, an actual wetland survey that has that delineates everything exactly where that wetland is on the entire property. So I can do that for you.
Okay. I would like to get information back from the assessing department regarding if there's any problem with that easement in terms of access to the split off property, the third property. And Mr. McCauley's concern about getting additional information about the wetlands. I'd like to make a motion based on those two items to postpone to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Which is December, to the date certain. So do we have a calendar just to make sure it's pretty clear?
Depending on which executive orders happen between now and then.
Here, somebody have a calendar? I can pull it up.
Third Tuesday in December is December 15th.
Mr. Eisenbacher, is that part of your resolution?
I will accept it.
And who is the second, or is there a second?
Second, Desmond.
Mr. Bosenbrook, you were a second late. Or do you have a question?
I just wanted to check with the petitioner to make sure that that's enough time for him to obtain the information being requested by Mr. Eisenbacher, if within the next month is adequate time for him.
So I just want to make sure I understand the request is for a map that shows that delineated wetland area, and then clarification from the assessing department, you said?
Yes.
On regarding the easement, the existence of the easement, or
why that easement is not being taken into account for the split off of the property. Because if that easement were taken into account, I believe there's really no reason for us to give a variance. Because it has access. You should be able to split it, and the assessor should agree.
No, you've got to have frontage and width. The easement, it doesn't suffice for today's code.
Ah, okay, so you need a road, not just the possibility of a road.
Yeah, 85 frontage on a dedicated right-of-way. Frontage and width.
So 85 foot is a public road. What's a private road width?
60, I think.
60, I believe. Yeah.
I think that's right.
Don't know. I have to check. I don't know. But yeah, I'd like some clarification as to exactly what information the board wants the petitioner to provide, just so we can make sure that.
Does the petitioner feel like that's enough time?
That's definitely not enough time to provide information on the wetland. I just need a little bit more clarification on what you want me to provide from the assessing department, because I kind of think that they've already spoken. They acknowledge that easement exists. They know it's a recorded easement with the county and with the city, so they're aware of that. So I'm not sure what exactly what information you want me to obtain from them for the next meeting.
The intention is to get more information from the assessing department, not for you to necessarily get it. But I believe most of my question about that easement has been answered by Mr. Evans, insofar as it's not an 85-foot easement and it's not currently built. So there's no current access to that land, and that's why they're determining it as landlocked. So just the wetlands would be the portion then for the resolution.
Okay. Sure, I can provide that information.
All right. Any other further discussion on the motion, which is to postpone to December? Mr. Bosenbrook.
And just to be clear, so we're going to keep the record open to the next meeting for additional information?
If the public wants to communicate with us?
I guess I'm speaking to the petitioners, the request for the petitioner to produce more information. We're going to keep that record open for him.
Yeah, he would be able to, if the resolution passes, he would be able to come up to including at the meeting to present more information
Okay.
on what was directed by Mr. Eisenbacher's resolution. I mean, if he wants to start talking about the price of tea in China, that's a different story, I imagine, but, and, I would suspect that he would submit it to his information to Mr. Evans, so it could be a part of our official packet instead of us getting it the night of the meeting. So that would be my recommendation to the petitioner. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Bosbrook?
Yep, that does. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Sorry about my voice. We've been going at it for a while, so maybe that factored in here. I don't see, Mr. Green.
Sorry. Just to clarify and or remind, this is a non-use request, correct? For variance, this is just the actual split, not the building. Much like your last request, Mr. Arpedian. Is that accurate?
Right. This is dimensional.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Dimensional
So
request.
this isn't, even though you have speculative drawings, this isn't where you'll build, what you'll build, how you'll build. This is just cutting things up.
Correct, and it's not a use variance request. I'm not asking to build condos, right? That would be a use variance request. I'm asking, it'll be a single family home in a single family zoned area.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Very good. Anyone else? All right. This is for Ents. We are prepared for a vote.
Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Rahman,
Yes.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Bossenbrook,
Yes.
Mr. Desmond,
Yes.
and Mr. Eisenbacher.
Yes.
Well, the resolution passes. We will see you back in December. So please have a very nice Thanksgiving with your family. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, we move right on. I'm sorry, was there somebody? No. Item number 7, the election of chairman, and vice chairman. And so these are our two officer positions, our only officer positions. And although we now have in our rules, we have the most senior member. If the chairman or the vice chairman can't be at the meeting, then I call it the ranking member, but it's most senior member. Currently, that would be Mr. Eisenbacher. If he doesn't get elected chairman or vice chairman tonight. And so we can do one of two things. We can take these as one motion for two people, one for each position, or we can bifurcate them and have the chairman election, and then the vice chairman election. It's up to the board. So is there a member of the board who would like to propose a resolution? Mr. Eisenbacher.
I would like to make a resolution for Mr. Glenn Clark to continue as chairman and Michael Bossenbrook to be vice chairman.
Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Green. Very good. Is there another motion to be made by a member of the board for other candidates? And at this point in time, Ms. Ferenz, well, we can actually have discussion before we vote. So is there any discussion on the motion? I would just say this really quickly. It's been an honor to serve with you all for the years and years and years I've been on the board, and it's been a pleasure. Some of us could be friends and vote against each other, and we're still friends. Other of us are more acquaintances. Sometimes we vote together, sometimes we vote opposite. Doesn't mean that we can't be humbly professional and wanting to work together. So I think we have that on this board. We've struck a really good balance, and I'm very proud of that. I'm very excited that Mr. Bosenbrook has agreed to run for vice chairman. I always think that, if you're chairman of a board or commission, you should always have somebody in the wings ready to take over at a moment's notice for a meeting, be that one meeting or several, in the absence of the chairman or permanently. And I think Mr. Bosenbrook, he doesn't say much, but this gentleman is a smart cookie, and I've spoken with him before, and I really admire him. So I think he's going to be a great addition to the team. So, is there any other further discussion? Ms. Ferenc, we're ready for a vote.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Mr. Desmond,
Yes.
Mr. Eisenbacher,
Yes.
Mr. Rahman,
Yes.
Mr. Bosenbrook,
Yes.
Mr. McCauley,
Yes.
and Mr. Clark.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Eisenbacher, for making the motion. Congratulations, Vice Chairman Bosenbrook. We've been
Thank you.
absent of vice chairman for quite some time, so it's good to have the roster filled out. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Public comment at this point. Anyone who would like to make a comment on anything, Mr. Eisenbacher?
Yes. One item that occurred to me during the first item on our agenda, but was outside of the purview of our board, is that this gas station that's being rebuilt, if there was any incentive or interest by the city to include electric car charging, that would probably be very smart for any time a gas station is doing a rebuild, because virtually all of the vehicles being developed by my customers within Ford, Chrysler, and GM have an electric component to them, and it's going to be a need in the near future. He had lots of parking spots, and a couple of them would look very nice as charging stations, and right now within the city of Troy, we don't have a lot of public electric car charging. Second item, to also hopefully get to the Planning Commission, is with the cluster item. I mentioned that our setback should be the edge of the open space instead of the individual property lines, especially in the example given where they're going to actually be maintaining on an individual basis the common space behind their properties. And of course, any improvements on the property would need to be placed on the applicant's property. You can't put a fence on the common space, you can't put a pool on the common space, but the common space in terms of setbacks to the neighbors outside of the subdivision or within the subdivision with a middle line should include the actual open space that is the setback. I don't know if we'd want to have a resolution to do that or discussion, make it more formal so Mr. Rahman has something to carry back, but I'll yield.
McCauley.
That's actually one of the things in the comment section I was going to follow up on also with Mr. Rahman. I'm volunteering to help with that development of that as a representative of with the blessing of the Zoning Board of Appeals language for that, because I think this is an important item. I think this will clear up things down the road for us, give us more definition. I think it'll help homeowners down the road, and it'll stop the builder building to the maximum footprint that they can and leaving a homeowner in a situation that our applicant had tonight. I think it's just wrong. So I want to eliminate that down the road. So I want some type of relief, but I want it to be something that works. So I want to be involved in that, and I would like to definitely be a part of that.
Yeah, definitely. So let me get back to the Planning Commission meeting, and it has to be together with zoning board and planning commission, and then it has to be approved by city council. So make sure, I will propose your name because you volunteered. And is there any formal way of doing it? I don't know, Mr. Clark, you can say a few words from your standpoint,
Yeah, I would just say that
on the mechanism side, like obviously, I will get some feedback from planning commission also.
yeah, we would just, I've said this many times, I think sometimes till I'm blue in the face. A deliberative body such as ours speaks through her resolutions. So it's fine for us to be talking about what we're talking about right now. It means nothing. I mean, you as a planning commissioner can go propose something over at the planning commission, and if it's passed, then you have something. But just having an opinion means nothing. And my opinion may not be somebody else's opinion, so it's negated. So what I would propose is that if we're going to name a representative, we can do that through a resolution in December. Number one. Number two, Mr. McCauley, I would say, if you have time between now and December, jot some ideas down on paper about kind of like what you verbalized. We can incorporate that into a resolution, and we could put the ZBA on record in favor of asking the planning commission and the city council to take action for the future in that regard as far as development. And then that it formalizes it, but it also means that we really believe it. There had to be 4 votes to get that passed. It wasn't like I made it up or somebody else on the board made it up. It passed, and it's in the minutes as a recorded vote. So let's consider that. We don't have to do that, but I would recommend it. It really kind of takes you from high school to college, if you will. It's serious, and it can be written in a very professional manner. So that's my opinion. Anyone else in public comment? Okay, we have miscellaneous business. Mr. Evans, is this long, or can we bump it to next month?
No, it's not long at all. Not long at all. As a matter of fact, I just wanted to since we haven't met since March, these are the things that I don't have for you, but I will have them in a future meeting. And as you can see, the sample motions, I'll attach those to all future agenda packets, and some of our members already started using them. So I hope you guys find those beneficial.
Great. That was short. Thank you. We have public comments again. Should one of these public comments then up the agenda, meaning public comment?
Yeah, for some reason there's 2 in there, but either way, I guess we should take an opportunity to see if we've received any public comment.
I see a hand. Mr. Eisenbacher has exploited the opportunity to speak again. Mr. Eisenbacher.
I'm a bit concerned that the public can't at least watch the Zoom in real time, and email or text to the Mrs. Friends about any comments or questions they have. We don't want people bombing the meeting, but the more open we are, the better. In real time, that is.
My question is, I watched a city council or school board meeting for Troy School District, and they had like a message board, and they had like their PR person answering questions, or they were giving them to the school board. I don't know what our capabilities are, if that's too much. I agree with David that the more transparency we have, the less questions we'll have, and the less potential negative feedback we'll have, I think.
I would agree.
Do you
Aren't
want
we
me to
streaming right
explain?
now on the YouTube channel?
Not sure.
I mean, I have it on my other computer. I'm watching this live.
It is being telecasted, right?
Yes. If I can address a couple of those things with regard to public comment.
Please, go ahead.
So right now, the city is using the platform GoToMeeting. GoToMeeting does not have the type of amenities that some of the other ones do, like Zoom. Some cities are using, their technology has what they call like virtual holding rooms, where you can have the public kind of sitting on a side room, you can have applicants in another room, and then the chair can open up each one and allow in real time the public to participate. This platform, from what I've been told by Gert, who is our director of IIT, this platform does not have those allowances. So at this time, as I've been instructed, we did receive input from Lori Bloom. A couple of the items that she had indicated she wanted to have happen were that there was a cutoff time for public comment to come in. I will tell you, though, that for Planning Commission, I was able to see comments still coming in what you would call real time. So even if something were to come in right before it was on the agenda, I can see it I was able to see it either come in a voicemail or an email, and we did try to make those public, even though it was after the time, just for the allowances of it's as good as we could do. Like tonight's meeting, nothing was coming in. I would have been able to see, and it would have been able to get to my viewing in what something is like a real time. That being said, I think Mr. Rahman just told you our meetings, these meetings, I believe, are real time. You can watch them on YouTube, then they're recorded, and then they can be viewed again. And then they're also uploaded to the website. Last thing is, I think IT is working on a new platform. I think they've been looking at Zoom for the staff meetings, and seeing if we switch to that. I know, me being someone who reads these, Planning Commission, I read them for 2 solid hours. I am hoping they switch platforms. So
I think the entire department is, Jackie. Thank you very much. That was very informative, and we concur. And I've participated in Zoom meetings because I chair my zoning board of appeals where I live. So there's a way it can get done, and I think we're going in that direction. It's going to take some time.
Well, I think Zoom is pretty amazing, so I use it all the time now. Any other comments? All right. Well, everyone have a great Thanksgiving. Enjoy your time together. Don't overeat, but I know I will. So well, have fun. Take care. We'll see you next month.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Take care, gentlemen.
Thanks, everybody.